Chapter 1254. Hearing Yang Kai ask about Heavenly Fate City, Dang Ning obviously misunderstood and thought he was a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall. Yang Kai neither confirmed nor denied. After a few words of flattery, Dang Ning changed the subject. Heavenly Fate City is quite far from here. If we fly by Star Shuttle, it would take at least half a year to arrive. So far? Yang Kai frowned. He knew that Shadowed Star was quite large because when his golden blood had just formed, he had driven a drop of golden blood to fly around the entire Shadowed Star. Even with his golden blood, it had taken him a long time to make a round trip, but now, it would take him half a year to fly back to Heavenly Fate City from here. With half a year's time, he could do a lot of things. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Dang Ning immediately fell silent, but soon a trace of struggle flashed across his brow as he grit his teeth and said, "However, if we use the space array in Demon Blood City, which is 10,000 kilometers away, we can save a lot of time." Demon Blood City's space array is not directly connected to Heavenly Fate City, but it can be used to teleport to a place called Bluestone City, which is the territory of Grand Fire Temple. From Bluestone City to Heavenly Fate City, it would only take about a month. Of course, if Brother Yang knows a core disciple of Grand Fire Temple and can find a guarantor, you can directly use Bluestone City's space array to teleport to Heavenly Fate City. Demon Blood City's space array is connected to Bluestone City? Yang Kai raised his brow. Because our Demon Blood Temple and Grand Fire Temple have a lot of business dealings, the disciples of the two temples are usually quite close and often cooperate to go out for life experience, Dang Ning explained with a smile. Dang Ning then asked, "If it is convenient for Brother Yang, you might as well go to Demon Blood City with me. This one is also a core disciple of Demon Blood Temple, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to guarantee personal use of the space array." Hearing this, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, secretly thinking that sparing Dang Ning's life was still useful, but on the surface, he remained calm and asked lightly, "What is the price for using your space array?" Dang Ning quickly waved his hand. "Brother Yang must be joking. This time, I owe Brother Yang a life-saving grace." This Dang was worried about how to repay him, but now that this Dang has a use for him, this Dang is overjoyed. How could I ask Brother Yang to pay any price? What's more, it's only using the space array once. It's not a big deal. If Brother Yang, you can't, this Dang Ning will. Dang Ning patted his yangs. It seemed that Yang Kai killing Ji and helping him kill Yi Yang Rong had really made him want to make friends with him, so he didn't put on any pretentiousness when he spoke these words, instead seeming quite heroic. "You're too polite." Dang Ning saw that Yang Kai's attitude towards him had changed and was also in a good mood, secretly feeling that this transaction was not a loss. Not only had he repaid the other party's favor, but he had also profited somewhat. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll go deal with that shameless man's body," Dang Ning said before hurriedly rushing out. After killing someone, it was natural to destroy the body and all evidence. Yang Kai was familiar with this kind of thing, so of course he wouldn't say anything. However, after Dang Ning left, Yang Kai rubbed his chest with a strange look on his face. On his chest was the small artifact refining furnace, but now, inside the originally empty artifact refining furnace was a crimson pill that exuded a towering blood qi. This was the blood fusion pill that Dang Ning had thrown into Lu Yin's sand. These three Saint King Realm brothers from Demon Blood Temple had not hesitated to fight over this treasure. Yang Kai was naturally curious, so when Dang Ning threw out the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai immediately had the artifact spirit rush back and quietly wrap it up. Others couldn't enter the Lu Yin sand, but that didn't mean the artifact spirit couldn't. The artifact spirit itself was born from the Earth Lung Fire Pawn's core fire attribute artifact spirit, and had been roasted in that stone room for tens of thousands of years, so how could it care about the heat of Lu Yin sand? The streak of fire that Ji saw fly into Yang Kai's chest was the artifact spirit that had returned after successfully obtaining the blood fusion pill. Although Ji hadn't examined it carefully, from the towering blood qi contained in the blood fusion pill, it was obvious that refining this kind of thing was something similar to a blood sacrifice. On top of that, this pill also contained a great deal of malevolent qi, so it wasn't something just anyone could take. It was likely that only the disciples of Demon Blood Temple would be of great use to it. This kind of malevolent qi was not harmful to the disciples of Demon Blood Temple and could instead help them improve their cultivation. Yang Kai had asked the artifact spirit to take it back simply because he was an alchemist and wanted to study it out of curiosity, nothing else. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating this matter, Deng Ning had arrived in front of Yi Yangrong's body. Unlike what Yang Kai had expected, Deng Ning didn't directly destroy the corpse. Instead, Deng Ning sat down cross-legged in front of the corpse and used some kind of secret technique to do so. Soon, a burst of wailing and howling filled the air as the blood qi around Yi Yangrong's body soared. About half an hour later, Yi Yangrong's body was reduced to a pile of bones while Deng Ning took out a crimson pill similar to the blood fusion pill. Deng Ning glanced at this pill with a satisfied expression before storing it into his space ring, as if he had gained a great harvest. Only then did he smash the pile of bones into smithereens. Taking the initiative to pick up the space rings that Yi Yangrong and Enji had dropped on the ground, Deng Ning walked back. When he found that Yang Kai was looking at him with a strange expression, Deng Ning smiled awkwardly and explained, "Brother Yang must be joking. I won't hide it from Brother Yang. For Demon Blood Temple's disciples, their fellow sect members are all living human medicines that can help them improve their cultivation. That's why the sect doesn't prohibit infighting." Kai Yang rubbed his chin, sweating profusely. "So you're saying that I made you waste a pill like that?" He had smashed Enji's body into smithereens, so Deng Ning naturally couldn't use Enji's corpse to refine such a pill. It doesn't matter. This Deng is already very satisfied with the current harvest. After all, although the sect doesn't prohibit infighting, it's extremely difficult to kill a cultivator of the same level. Who knows when you'll fail miserably? There are countless people who have died from counterattacks by fellow disciples in the sect. Therefore, even if the sect doesn't prohibit it, if there isn't too much friction, we won't easily act. Deng Ning didn't dare to argue with Yang Kai and quickly changed the subject. "These are the space rings of my two brothers. There should be some good things inside, but these things are probably useless to Brother Yang. However, Yang Kai can use the Saint crystals inside. They have a lot of Saint crystals, at least a few 100,000. Yang Kai glanced at him and waved his hand. "No need. You can keep these two space rings for yourself. Consider it my payment for using your Demon Blood City's space array." Deng Ning had deliberately reminded his fellow sect brothers that these things were useless to Yang Kai. So how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As for the hundreds of thousands of Saint crystals, Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes, so he simply generously gave them all to Deng Ning. Sure enough, Deng Ning was overjoyed and modestly refused a few times, but none of them were as good as Yang Kai's. In the end, he happily put them away and even wore the two space rings on his finger, as if he didn't mind others knowing that he had killed two of his fellow sect brothers. With this matter settled, Deng Ning and Yang Kai summoned their star shuttles and flew off towards Demon Blood City 10,000 kilometers away. Along the way, Deng Ning deliberately talked to Yang Kai, trying to inquire about his status in Shadow Moon Hall, but Yang Kai was very tight-lipped, so how could Deng Ning easily find out? However, the topic was quickly changed by Yang Kai. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai finally understood why he vaguely felt like he had heard his voice somewhere before when he saw him in Lu Yan's desert. It turned out that both of them had participated in the Treasure Trove Pavilion auction held in Heavenly Fate City before Lu Yan's desert opened. At that auction, Deng Ning had bid on behalf of the Demon Blood Sect's elders several times. The topic immediately shifted to the grandeur of that auction. Deng Ning greatly admired the endless treasures at that auction, a look of longing appearing on his face. Little did he know that the most valuable items were actually all auctioned off by Yang Kai. As the pair chatted along the way, time passed quickly and soon, a magnificent city appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Deng Ning quickly took the initiative to introduce this place to Yang Kai, telling him that this was Demon Blood City and that Demon Blood Temple was located in a mountain range 1,000 kilometers outside the city. Although Demon Blood Temple itself was an evil sect, the cultivator who appeared in Demon Blood City came from all over Shadowed Star, so it was quite lively. On the surface, it didn't look much different from other cities. However, many of the cultivator who walked through the city had a gloomy and indifferent aura about them. Clearly, the secret arts they cultivated were extremely evil. Sure enough, after entering Demon Blood City, which had become the demon race, Yang Kai discovered many such people. Most of them had cold and indifferent looks on their faces and exuded an unpleasant aura. Obviously, they didn't like dealing with others. All of them in a hurry and seemed to be very busy. Inside Demon Blood City, there were many shops, and business was booming. Many great forces would set up their businesses here, firstly to communicate with Demon Blood Temple, and secondly to inquire about information from all sides. After Deng Ning led Yang Kai into Demon Blood City, he walked through the wide streets with great familiarity, constantly introducing him to the local customs of this place, appearing extremely enthusiastic. After walking for half a day in the city, the two arrived in front of a huge palace. "We're here. This is Demon Blood City's space array." Deng Ning stopped and pointed ahead to Yang Kai. Chapter 1255. Yang Kai looked up and found that the defensive power here was much tighter than the main hall where Heavenly Fate City's space array was located. Outside the hall, there were 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples wearing blue artifact armor standing guard, each of them a 2nd or 3rd order Saint King. Inside the hall, there were also some Origin returning realm masters. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment while this Deng goes in to inform them. When the discussion is complete, Brother Yang will be welcomed inside," Deng Ning said politely. Yang Kai nodded before walking straight into the hall under the gazes of the Demon Blood Temple disciples. The 7 or 8 Demon Blood Temple disciples guarding this place seemed to be very curious about the relationship between Deng Ning and Yang Kai, and after Deng Ning walked in, they kept glancing at Yang Kai, trying to guess his identity. But that was all. None of them had any intention of coming forward to ask. About half an hour later, Deng Ning's figure appeared from the main hall, but at this moment, his expression was one of extreme pain, and his expression was unreadable. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that his previous guess was correct. Guaranteeing a person's use of their sex space array was definitely not a simple matter. Deng Ning had obviously paid a great price for it. The other party being so dedicated made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. After all, just half a day ago, he had been considering whether or not to kill this man to silence him. But now, this man had gone to such great lengths to ensure he could use the space array. It seemed that this person from Demon Blood Temple was worth making friends with. Yang Kai thought to himself. Walking out of the hall, Deng Ning's expression had returned to normal. Smiling to Yang Kai, he said, "I've made Brother Yang wait a long time. Please come with me. Everything has been taken care of." "Good." Yang Kai nodded warmly, his attitude this time really improving. Since someone had given him a peach, of course he would reciprocate. Yang Kai secretly decided that if he ever met this Deng Ning again in the future, he would help him if he could. Under Deng Ning's lead, the two of them entered the inner hall without any obstructions. Within the hall, a spatial array that was basically the same as the one in Tianyun City stood there quietly. Several grooves at the base of the array were inlaid with high-rank Saint crystals, waiting for someone to come and open them. Sure enough, everything was ready. Inside the palace, there were a total of 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses. There were more than a dozen other Saint King Realm Masters. The 3 return to Void Stage powerhouses standing on either side of him didn't look weak at all. 2 of them were sitting on both sides of the hall, meditating with their eyes closed. They didn't care about the arrival of Yang Kai and Deng Ning. A red-faced old man with silver-white hair stood at the edge of the spirit array. His eagle-like eyes swept over Yang Kai before he turned to Deng Ning and asked, "Martial Nephew Deng, is this the person you want to vouch for?" "Yes, Martial Uncle Liu. This is a good friend of mine." Deng Ning hurriedly replied respectfully. "Good friend. Heh." The old man surnamed Liu smiled wryly, as if the word good friend had touched a nerve in him. From Shadow Moon Hall? Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. He knew that this old man surnamed Liu had probably inquired about him from Deng Ning, so he didn't deny it and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Senior Liu." The old man surnamed Liu saw that Yang Kai understood etiquette and nodded slightly. "Although my Demon Blood Temple doesn't have much contact with Shadow Moon Hall, since Martial Nephew Deng is acting as a guarantor, using our temple's space array isn't a big deal. However, Martial Nephew, in order to vouch for this person in Bluestone City, paying 30 contribution points, is that really worth it? Do you know that you may have to risk your life several times to earn back these 30 contribution points?" Deng Ning's face changed slightly as he glanced over at Yang Kai. Seeing no reaction from him, he quickly smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Lu is wise, but Big Brother Yang has saved Martial Nephew's life. So 30 contribution points are nothing. A life-saving grace?" The old man surnamed Lu's eyes flashed and suddenly became cold as he shouted, "A mere second-order Saint King saved your life? Could it be that your third-order Saint King realm is fake?" Deng Ning's face went pale as sweat dripped from his forehead, not daring to say a word. "And as far as I know, you haven't had the opportunity to make friends with any disciples of Shadow Moon Hall except for that one time when you went to Heavenly Fate City to participate in the auction. Heh. Could it be because of that time?" The old man surnamed Lu seemed to be very suspicious and asked several questions in succession. Deng Ning didn't know how to answer for a while. Yang Kai saw that Deng Ning was being embarrassed by his martial uncle, so he couldn't help but explain, "Senior, please understand, Brother Deng and I didn't meet in Heavenly Fate City, but in Lu Yin Sandfield. I just happened to save him once. It has nothing to do with strength. Junior greatly admires Brother Deng's strength." Lu Yin Sandfield. You also went to Lu Yin Sandfield? Why didn't you go back with Qian Tong and the others? Why did you stay here until now? The old man surnamed Lu was surprised. Junior had some reasons for not being able to return with Elder Qian and the others. Yang Kai replied faintly, "Oh." The old man surnamed Lu smiled meaningfully and said, "It seems you gained a lot in Lu Yin Sandfield." Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Although he was vigilant in his heart, he wasn't too nervous, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "There were some gains, but I'm afraid they couldn't enter Senior's eyes." As he spoke, he waved his hand and 5 fire crystal stones the size of pigeon eggs appeared in his hand. He handed them over to the old man surnamed Lu. "This is Junior's first time meeting Senior, so I didn't prepare anything. These are just a few trivial things. I hope Senior will kindly accept them." When the old man surnamed Lu saw the fire crystal stones, his eyes immediately lit up, thinking that Yang Kai was really smart. He had deliberately made things difficult in order to obtain some benefits from Yang Kai, and the other party had seen through him so quickly. His expression instantly became much more amiable, and with a wave of his sleeve, the 5 fire crystal stones disappeared. A warm smile appeared on his ruddy face as he nodded, "Not bad. No wonder Martial Nephew Deng would befriend you. It seems this boy is also a generous person and will surely become a great person in the future. All right, since you are a disciple of Shadow Moon Hall, this old man won't say anything more. The reason why I asked you so many questions was because I was afraid that some spies would come here under false pretenses. You may leave now." After receiving the fire crystal stones, he seemed to have become a completely different person. "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly. On the other side, Deng Ning saw that the old man surnamed Lu had finally let him pass and couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief, cautiously reminding, "Martial Uncle Lu, shouldn't you give Brother Yang a temporary token? Otherwise, when he arrives at Blue Stone City, the disciples of Grand Fire Temple won't let him pass." "Do you think I need you to remind me of that?" The old man surnamed Lu coldly snorted and waved his hand, sending a red token flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught this token and saw a ferocious ghost head engraved on it. The old man surnamed Lu said, "This is my Demon Blood Temple's temporary token. It can guarantee that after you pass through the space array, the people of Grand Fire Temple won't question you. Of course, this temporary token only lasts for 3 days. During these 3 days, you can use the space array on their side and our temple's side, which should be enough for you to use." "Junior understands." Yang Kai gently nodded. "Stand on it. I'll open the space array." The old man surnamed Lu waved to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure immediately flickered, and he stood in the center of the space array. Deng Ning stood to the side and cupped his fists to Yang Kai with a smile. "Brother Yang, I wish you a pleasant journey. If you have the opportunity to come to Demon Blood City again in the future, don't forget to find this Deng for a drink." "Good. If Brother Deng visits Heavenly Fate City, you can also come find this Yang. This Yang will definitely entertain Brother Deng as a good host," Yang Kai replied. Hearing this, Deng Ning's face lit up with joy, knowing that his efforts had not been in vain. The 30 contribution points he had spent really made his heart ache, But being able to make friends with such a person was worth it, because there was no telling when he would need to ask for help again. As the two of them spoke, the space array released a dazzling light, and the surrounding space force instantly distorted. In front of Yang Kai's eyes was a vast expanse of white, and after a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he appeared in another heavily guarded hall. In an instant, several tyrannical divine senses pressed down, causing the robes of many Saint King realm cultivators to flutter as they surrounded Yang Kai and stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this, Yang Kai didn't panic and simply tossed the temporary token of Demon Blood Temple to one of the Origin returning realm masters who seemed to be the strongest, standing in place without moving. The Origin returning realm master caught the token and inspected it before frowning. Demon Blood Temple cultivators. Saying so, he tossed the token back and said lightly, "This token only has a time limit of 3 days. If you don't arrive here in 3 days, the space array will not open to you." Junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The Origin returning realm master waved his hand and all the hostility disappeared. The Grand Fire Temple disciples returning to their posts one after another. For a time, no one paid any attention to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was happy to see this, and after leaving the hall, he poured into the crowd of Blue Stone City. He had no intention of staying here for long. An hour later, a blue streak of light flew up from outside Blue Stone City, rushed into the sky, and soon disappeared. As for how to get from Blue Stone City to Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai had some people inquire about the direction. After all, he didn't know anyone in Grand Fire Temple, so he couldn't find anyone to vouch for him to use the space array. Fortunately, he was only a month away from Heavenly Fate City, several times closer than Demon Blood City, so he could afford to delay his journey. The speed of the Star Shuttle was extremely fast. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop the Star Shuttle, diverting some of his attention to control the Star Shuttle as he began to inspect his harvest from Lu Yin Sandfield. Since entering Lu Yin Sandfield, Yang Kai had encountered a lot of opportunities and had obtained a lot of good things on this trip, but as for how to use these things, he still had to think about it carefully. After inspecting his harvest, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he was secretly shocked by his harvest. After inspecting his harvest from Lu Yin Sandfield, Yang Kai began to investigate the blood fusion pill. Chapter 1256. After some investigation, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. This blood fusion pill was indeed as Yang Kai had expected. Although it contained an extremely strong vitality, it also contained a massive amount of evil qi. If an ordinary cultivator obtained this pill, they would simply abandon it like a worn-out shoe, not daring to take it. Only a cultivator from Demon Blood Temple would use the evil qi contained in this blood fusion pill to enhance their cultivation. Yang Kai naturally didn't put this kind of evil qi in his eyes. After all, he had also possessed this kind of energy before. After carefully inspecting the materials used to refine this blood fusion pill, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he couldn't identify all of the ingredients, only a general idea, the materials required to refine this pill were all extremely rare spirit grasses. No wonder Deng Ning and his brothers, who were already third-order Saint King cultivators, would still fight over this blood fusion pill. It was likely that even in Demon Blood Temple, there weren't many of these strange pills. Only when one made great contributions to the temple would they be rewarded. Deng Ning had obtained a lot of benefits from Lu Yan's desert and presented them to the elders of Demon Blood Temple in order to obtain this blood fusion pill. Yang Kai didn't know why this news had been leaked, and he had become the target of Yang Rong and Enji. Shaking his head, Kai Yang didn't think too deeply about their internal grievances. Instead, with a strange look on his face, he opened his mouth and threw the blood fusion pill into his mouth, swallowing it down. The demonic flame within his body instantly became a hot and young existence. As soon as the blood fusion pill's medicinal efficacies dissolved in his abdomen, a cold and yin energy rushed to Yang Kai's limbs and bones. However, under the refinement of the hot and young demonic flame, this cold and yin energy was forced out of his body. Wisps of black aura escaped from Yang Kai's pores and disappeared into the air. Only the massive amount of vitality contained in the blood fusion pill remained, circulating through Yang Kai's body and fusing into his physique. Ignoring the efficacy of the blood fusion pill, Yang Kai turned his attention to the demonic blood thread secret technique that Ding Ning had given him. Yang Kai investigating this wasn't because he wanted to learn Demon Blood Temple's secret technique, but rather because he was preparing for the future. Because there was no telling when he would encounter the elders of Demon Blood Temple. If he fought with them and the other party used this secret technique, Yang Kai would be able to learn more about his enemy. But to his surprise, Yang Kai was immediately immersed in this secret technique, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. As he continued to investigate, his expression gradually began to change, sometimes pleasantly surprised, sometimes frowning, and sometimes deep in thought. A month later, above Heavenly Fate City, a blue streak of light flashed and flew straight towards Dragon Cave Mountain 50 kilometers away. A moment later, this blue streak of light came to a stop at the foot of Dragon Cave Mountain and Yang Kai's figure emerged from it. Looking up in the direction of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was taken aback and for a moment, he forgot to continue onwards. It had only been a little over a year since Yang Kai left for the Lu Yin Sandfield and returned here, but during this time, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain had undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking from the foot of the mountain, the few peaks that originally existed were completely gone. All that could be seen was a beautiful scene surrounded by clouds and mist. Within the clouds and mist, there was an extraordinary fluctuation of world energy. Through the clouds and mist, one could vaguely see the cave that he used to meditate in. There were also some buildings that looked like pavilions. Although there weren't many of them, they were connected together to form a large expanse. There were also a few figures shuttling back and forth among these buildings. Is this really Dragon Cave Mountain? Yang Kai even suspected that he had gone in the wrong direction and ended up in front of some sect, but there was no doubt that Heavenly Fate City was just 50 kilometers away. When Yang Kai passed by this place just now, he had been considering whether he should go see Qian Tong and report his safety. Although the scene in front of him was still quite different from that of a great sect, Yang Kai still found it hard to believe that such earth-shaking changes could take place in just a year. Such a transformation was definitely due to Yang inflammation. The spirit-gathering array she had arranged here earlier should have played a role, and under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that the entire Dragon Cave Mountain was surrounded by an inexplicable spirit array that blocked his divine sense from wandering around. There were even several hidden places that his divine sense could not explore, including the cave where he had been meditating. Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was no worse than a second-order origin returning realm masters, but even his divine sense was unable to explore this place. Yang Kai estimated that even if the top masters on Shadowed Star came here, they would have to expend a great deal of effort to see what was going on. Yang inflammation had really done it. Yang Kai could not help feeling a little absent-minded. Before he went to the Lu Yin Sandfield, Yang inflammation had said that she wanted to arrange a massive spirit array across the entire Dragon Cave Mountain. So how could he have known that it would only take a short time for it to reach such a scale? Yang Kai did not know whether this project had been completed or not, but if it had not, it would have been a really big investment. However, there should not be many of the hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals left, right? To arrange such a huge spirit array, the materials consumed must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. While Yang Kai was investigating the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain, a few weak divine senses rushed out and quickly returned after making contact with Yang Kai. Immediately after, a beam of light shot out from inside Dragon Cave Mountain and directly hit the void in front of Yang Kai. Strangely, it was as if an invisible door had opened in front of Yang Kai and the omnipresent world energy around him parted on its own accord, forming a straight passage that was impossible to see with the naked eye. This passage led straight to the heart of Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai grinned, knowing that the other side must have discovered his figure, so without hesitation, he strode inside. While walking, Yang Kai examined the changes around him. After a while, Yang Kai let out a long sigh. The changes in Dragon Cave Mountain were simply too great, so great that he did not dare to recognize them. Not long after, a number of figures rushed over from the front, led by Yang Yin, who was wrapped in a black robe. Because she was running so fast, her chest heaved up and down, creating an extremely eye-catching sight. The hood of her black robe that was originally wrapped around her head was also lifted behind her back, and her face was filled with a smile as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Following closely behind Yang Yin were Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others. Chang Qi and Howen were also among them. Yang Kai even saw the figure of the First Order Origin returning realm cultivator Luo Qing from the Shadow Moon Hall. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain their joy. Everyone seemed to have put down a huge rock in their hearts, revealing a trace of relaxation in their smiles. It seemed that Lu Yin's sandfield had been closed for half a year, yet Yang Kai had still not returned, a fact that had greatly worried them. Yang Yin was worried about Yang Kai, but that was because of their friendship. If not for Yang Kai, she would still be in Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion, claiming that she was an origin-grade artifact refiner and then helping some cultivator refine some small items to make a living. How could she have had the opportunity to display her amazing talents? It could be said that Yang Kai had given her the space to display her talents and provided her with unimaginable funds. Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others were the same. As for Luo Qing, he should have been ordered by Qian Tong to stay here and inquire about Yang Kai. "You're back." Yang Yin ran over to Yang Kai with small steps, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over him to determine that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg before patting him and calling out softly. Wu Yi, Yu Feng, and the others came up one after another, all of them happily greeting Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart warmed as he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from being relied on and trusted by others. Since he entered the star territory, he had always felt empty in his heart, because in this huge star territory, no one cared about his safety. Even if he died, no one would know, no one would care about him. It was completely different from Tongxian realm. But at this moment, he felt this feeling again, as if he had returned to Tongxian realm and was facing his little senior sister, Meng Wuya, Ling Taisu, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others. "I'm back," Yang Kai said lightly, but his empty heart felt a lot more full. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Everyone was worried about you during this time. I really didn't know what kind of accident you had outside, but we couldn't even see you for so long." Wu Yi stepped forward and smiled, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Luo Qing as she said, "You don't know, but after Lu Yin's sandfield closed, Elder Qian ordered people to stand guard outside for half a year, but unfortunately, they never saw you come out. It wasn't until recently that you returned to Shadow Moon Hall." Half a year. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Didn't that mean he had come out of Shadow Moon Hall the moment he left? Seeing Qian Tong's concern, Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists to Luo Qing and said, "Greetings, Brother Luo. I must trouble Elder Qian for his concern, but I encountered something in Lu Yin's sandfield. When I came out, I wasn't with anyone else and had to immediately find a place to enter retreat, so I was delayed for so long and didn't have the time to send a message back, causing Elder Qian to worry." Luo Qing laughed. "Brother Yang, if Elder Qian knows you've returned safely, he will be very happy. You're safe. Everything is fine." "Oh, Brother Yang actually broke through to the Second Order Saint King realm. Congratulations, congratulations." Luo Qing had been exchanging pleasantries with Yang Kai, but after discovering that Yang Kai's cultivation had advanced by a minor realm, he couldn't help congratulating him while showing an envious look. Because he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, he couldn't enter Lu Yin's sandfield, so he felt quite regretful. He had long heard that those who entered Lu Yin's sandfield and returned safely all reaped great harvests, some even breaking through their bottlenecks. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Hearing Luo Qing say this, everyone else also showed excited expressions. Strictly speaking, all of them had gathered together because of Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was the real leader here. Now that Yang Kai's cultivation had improved, they were naturally excited. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Qing said goodbye and left. Chapter 1257. Luo Qing had indeed been sent here by Qian Tong to inquire about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Now that Yang Kai had returned safely, Luo Qing naturally couldn't wait to pass this news to Qian Tong so Elder Qian could feel at ease. Yang Kai didn't try to keep him and after exchanging some pleasantries, politely sent him away. After Luo Qing left, Yang Kai said, "Let's go back as well. The changes here have been so great that you'll have to tell me about them. Otherwise, I'll accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array in the future. Young Inflammation smiled triumphantly. Naturally, I'll tell you. But you can rest assured that the spirit array here won't affect you. The group chatted and laughed as they walked towards the interior of Dragon Cave Mountain. Outside the cave where Yang Kai used to meditate and cultivate, Young Inflammation, Wu Yi, Yu Feng, Chang Qi, and Howen had gathered around a table upon which was placed a round disc. The scene displayed on this disc was a complete map of Dragon Cave Mountain, one so detailed that every tree and blade of grass could be seen. On this disc, there were also several dozen bright and dim points of light, some of which were constantly moving while others were stable, symbolizing the movements of living people inside Dragon Cave Mountain. This thing was the heavenly compass that Young Inflammation had refined using his artifact refining techniques and spirit arrays. It was a special artifact that had no offensive or defensive capabilities and was only capable of monitoring the movements of Dragon Cave Mountain. It was by using this heavenly compass that Young Inflammation was able to discover Yang Kai's return immediately. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and was very curious about this heavenly compass. Constantly pointing at it and asking about the situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, Young Inflammation and the others also explained to him. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had gained a comprehensive understanding of Dragon Cave Mountain. While feeling shocked, Yang Kai was also shocked by the tremendous changes that had taken place in Dragon Cave Mountain over the past year. Dragon Cave Mountain now had both offensive and defensive capabilities and contained countless amazing spirit arrays. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator broke into these spirit arrays, they would not be able to easily escape. According to Young Inflammation, if one wanted to break through Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays, without a dozen third-order origin-returning realm masters working together, it was absolutely impossible. Which third-order origin realm master would come to Dragon Cave Mountain to attack it? Furthermore, there were 7 to 8 of them at once. Only those who had nothing better to do would do that. Dragon Cave Mountain spirit arrays were only in their embryonic form. It wasn't perfect. If he had enough financial support, Young Inflammation spirit arrays, he would be able to expand them again. After Yang Kai, Yang, Yang's, and Yang's, Yang. Bringing Yang Yin back from Heavenly Fate City was really a big gain. She had the ability to transform Dragon Cave Mountain, which no one cared about, into a place like this. If Yang Kai could bring his friends and family from Tongxian Realm here in the future and establish his own sect, wouldn't she be able to play an even greater role? However, arranging these things really consumed a lot of Saint Crystals. Wu Yi frowned and complained to Yang Kai. The 100 million Saint Crystals you left behind before you left have all been squandered away. Even the 30 million Saint Crystals foreign Elder Chong brought back have been used up. We purchased a lot of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, so now our Dragon Cave Mountain is Shadow Moon Hall's biggest customer. Foreign Elder Chang's 30 million Saint Crystals? Yang Kai raised his brow as he looked at Chang Qi, immediately understanding that Chang Qi must have obtained so many Saint Crystals from the underground lode in Lu Yin Sandfield. It seemed that Chang Qi had been mining there since Yang Kai left, and had not come out until Lu Yin Sandfield closed. Otherwise, there would not be such an astonishing amount of Saint Crystals. These Saint Crystals are just a loan from foreign Elder Chong. I'll return them when I have more in the future. Chang Qi put on a stern face and pretended to be annoyed. Yang Kai, if you say such things, then you don't consider this Chong one of your own. Without even mentioning how I obtained these 30 million Saint Crystals, if it weren't for you, how could this old master have found that Saint Crystal lode and obtained so many Saint Crystals? At least half of these Saint Crystals belong to you. And if it weren't for you, this old master and old How would probably be homeless right now. Even if we had a huge amount of Saint Crystals, with our strength, we would only bring disaster to ourselves. There was no way we could protect so many Saint Crystals. In the end, we could only rely on other great forces and offer them these Saint Crystals for protection. Howen also echoed from the side. That's right, Yang Kai. You accepted me and old Chong before Lu Yin Sandfield opened, allowing us brothers to have a place to rely on and return to. That's more than enough. Being homeless is the saddest thing in the world. We two brothers are extremely grateful. These Saint Crystals are just a small token of old Chang's appreciation, so please don't worry about it. We two brothers won't live for long and have no children. So what use is there for so many Saint crystals? Today, Dragon Cave Mountain has become a famous cultivation paradise in the nearby region. Many cultivators without a sect or family want to come here to seek refuge, but unfortunately, they have no way to do so. Old Chang and I are already satisfied with being able to enter this place. There's no need for you to say anything more. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that if he continued to speak, he would only be discouraging them. So he cupped his fist solemnly and said, "Many thanks for the two foreign elders' good intentions." Changqi laughed and said, "That's more like it. Us two brothers are looking forward to living out our old age here. It would be best if we could die of old age here." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm afraid your wish won't be realized for the time being. After you break through to the origin returning realm, your lifespan will naturally increase." Origin returning realm? Changqi's eyes lit up as he thought of the 9-branched jade crystal tree, but he soon sighed sadly, even with that thing. Old Hao and I may not be able to break through. Leave that to this junior. The two of you can rest in peace for the next few days and try to adjust your condition to its peak. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Changqi and Haoan exchanged a glance, both of them feeling quite moved, not saying anything as they secretly looked forward to it. Dragon Cave Mountain's financial resources were tight, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be stingy. He had also harvested several million Saint crystals from the underground lode, so he immediately took them out and handed them over to Wu Yi for her to distribute. Yang Kai also took out the artifact refining materials he had plundered from the stone chambers of the Earth Lung Fire Pond and handed them over to Yang Yin. When Yang Yin saw these materials, he was naturally overjoyed and put them all into his space ring. In this way, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have to worry about Saint crystals and materials in the short term. As long as they weren't as extravagant as Yang Yin at the beginning, they would be able to support themselves for a long time. Because Yang Kai had just returned from the Lu Yin Desert, even if everyone had a lot to say, they didn't want to disturb his rest. So after chatting for a while about the future development of Dragon Cave Mountain, everyone took their leave. Yang Kai returned to the cave he had lived in before and sat down to meditate. Today, this cave had become one of Dragon Cave Mountain's restricted areas. Yang Yin and the stone mongoose had worked together to hollow out all the stone chambers and connect them into a huge cave mansion. There were also many small stone rooms carved out inside this cave for Yang Kai's personal use. The Haiku family cultivator lived in the newly built loft outside. Almost everyone had a place they were satisfied with. The world energy aura here was naturally richer than anywhere else. Not long after Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, the ground wriggled and a small head popped out. This head had sharp edges, a nose and mouth that looked very strange and stiff, but a pair of eyes that were lively and intelligent. The stone mongoose. With a thought, Yang Kai beckoned to it. The charmingly naive stone mongoose quickly rushed out of the ground and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder, sitting there as if it was very close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai carefully looked at the stone mongoose and was surprised to find that after more than a year, this little thing had changed a lot. When it was first born, its body was gray and looked as inconspicuous as a rock. But now, its body was sparkling and translucent, as if it was born with a layer of sturdy and exquisite battle armor. Yang Kai swept this battle armor with his divine sense and was secretly shocked because he found that this layer of the stone mongoose's battle armor was extremely tough. Even if he punched it with his full strength, he might not be able to break through this layer of battle armor. Did the stone mongoose evolve on its own, or did it evolve from young inflammation? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the stone mongoose seemed to have thought of something and scratched its head with its small paw before opening its mouth and spitting out space spirit crystals one after another. It was a miraculous sight. In the blink of an eye, a small mountain of space spirit crystals had formed in front of Yang Kai. There were at least a few thousand of them. Yang Kai did not know where the stone mongoose stored these things, but Yang Inflammation had told him that the stone mongoose's stomach was born with the ability to store things, which was why it could constantly devour and refine ores. This was also its divine technique. These are the last of the space spirit crystals produced by the underground space spirit crystal lode. A pleasant voice came from the side and Yang Inflammation appeared in the stone room at some unknown time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised, as if he already knew she was here, simply nodding and putting these space spirit crystals into the black book space. But I kept a third of them, hee. Young Inflammation walked over with a grin and sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. What do you want these space spirit crystals for? Naturally, they have a great use. Young Inflammation smiled sweetly, keeping Yang Kai in suspense. Yang Kai didn't pursue the matter. In any case, since he cultivated the Tao of space, these space spirit crystals should be enough for him. Why did you call me here? Is there something good you can't take out? Young Inflammation's eyes flashed with a sly light as she asked directly. There are indeed some, but I don't recognize many of them. Yang Kai nodded, but did not rush to take out his harvest. Instead, he stared at Young Inflammation and asked solemnly, Young Inflammation, I want to ask you a question. Answer me honestly. Seeing Yang Kai so serious for the first time, Young Inflammation couldn't help feeling a little dazed, but after thinking about it for a moment, she nodded, Okay. Are you the owner of this body? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep, as if he wanted to look directly into Young Inflammation's heart. Chapter 1258. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Young Inflammation was stunned for a moment before covering her mouth and giggling uncontrollably. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai asked, somewhat depressed. Young Inflammation kept waving her hands, but she still couldn't stop herself from laughing as tears began to form at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked again, Then you are proficient in beauty-enhancing techniques and are actually not as young as you appear on the surface, but rather an old woman who has lived for thousands of years? Yang Yin, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and the smile on her face disappeared. Glaring at Yang Kai fiercely, she grit her teeth and declared, I can answer you. I'm definitely not some old woman who has lived for thousands of years. That's true. Yang Kai gently nodded. If Young Inflammation had really lived for thousands of years, then her experience couldn't be so simple. Judging from all the contact he had with Young Inflammation in the past, it didn't seem like she had lived for that long. Yang Yan's expression also became serious, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking as a look of panic appeared on her face. After a long time, she asked, You want to ask if I've seized this body, right? And Yang Kai nodded calmly. Only someone who had seized this body could explain why Young Inflammation was so young yet so proficient in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. A person's energy was limited. Although Yang Kai's attainments in alchemy were not shallow, he didn't have much energy to study other things unless he gave up on his own path of cultivation. Young Inflammation, on the other hand, had great attainments in both artifact refining and spirit arrays. The artifacts she refined and the spirit arrays she arranged were far superior to the overall level of Shadowed Star in terms of refinement and practicality. How did she accomplish this? There was no shortage of geniuses in this world, but even if Young Inflammation was a genius, given her age, it was impossible for her to have reached such heights, which was why Yang Kai asked this question. Have you been suspecting this for a long time? Young Inflammation looked at Yang Kai and asked. Ever since I found out that you're a formation grandmaster, I've been thinking that way. But don't worry, whether you're a possession or not has nothing to do with me. I know you. It's the soul in your body. I don't care about the souls from before, Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Yin smiled bitterly. After a moment of silence, he said softly, You're not the only one who has such doubts. Sometimes I don't understand it myself, but I don't look like I've been possessed. Because of my childhood memories and my experiences today, they all existed in his mind without a single difference, and there was no second person's thoughts. That's impossible. Then which great master have you worshipped? So you're proficient in artifact refining and spirit arrays. Yang Kai was surprised. He had no doubts about Young Inflammation's words. Yang Yin slowly shook her head as she bit her red lip, her two small hands fiddling with her black robes uneasily, a look of hesitation and struggle appearing on her face. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and said in a deep voice, If I told you that the reason I know artifact refining and spirit arrays is because I was born with them, would you believe me? How is that possible? Yang Kai's expression was shocked. Young Inflammation smiled bitterly. But that's the truth. I really was born with this knowledge. These artifact refining and spirit arrays seem to have been sealed in my mind, and as I continue to refine artifacts and arrange spirit arrays, this sealed knowledge is slowly being unsealed, allowing me to understand more and more mysterious artifact refining and spirit arrays. Sometimes, when I see some rare artifact refining and spirit arrays, although I have never seen them before, I can recognize them and know their functions. Don't you think it's strange? Hearing this, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This wasn't just strange, it was simply inconceivable. No one was born proficient in artifact refining and the Tao of spirit arrays for no reason. So there had to be a reason for this, one that even Yang Yin herself couldn't figure out. It was probably because of this reason that Yang Inflammation sometimes felt panic. There was no need for Yang Inflammation to lie to him, and she shouldn't be lying. Yang Kai couldn't help her with this kind of thing. Although he had long known that Yang Inflammation was a bit strange, he hadn't expected her to be strange to this extent, so he didn't continue to force her on this issue. For Yang Kai, whether or not Yang Inflammation had been possessed, or whether or not she was born with some knowledge of the territory that others could never master, all he knew was the current Yang Inflammation, nothing more. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, "What kind of artifacts can you refine now?" Origin grade high rank shouldn't be a problem. As long as I have a lot of materials to practice with, sooner or later, I will be able to refine Origin king grade artifacts. When it came to her territory, Yang Inflammation suddenly recovered a lot of spirit, her beautiful face filled with pride. "Good. Help me refine this." Yang Kai took out the purple shield with an embarrassed look on his face. The purple shield, which was originally flowing with purple light, was now dim and had lost a lot of its spirituality. When Yang Inflammation saw this, a look of worry appeared on her pretty face. Picking up the purple shield and gently stroking it, she asked, "Did you encounter some kind of fire attribute barrier?" An Origin grade mid-rank defensive artifact actually became like this with just a single blow. But at least I managed to turn danger into safety," Yang Kai grinned. "I know, with the materials you gave me, refining it into an Origin grade high-rank artifact shouldn't be a problem." The space ring on Yang Yan's hand flashed, and the purple shield was stored away. Brushing her hair back behind her ear, her expression restored to her usual vigor, her beautiful eyes flashing with joy as she asked, "What good things did you obtain this time? Quickly take them out and let me see." "Wait a moment." Yang Kai nodded and began rummaging through his space ring. He had obtained a lot of good things on this trip. He had called Yang Inflammation here because he wanted to show her some of these things, but Yang Kai didn't know what they were or what they were used for. Soon, Yang Kai waved his hand and a piece of red crystal the size of a millstone appeared in front of the two of them, exuding a scorching fire attribute aura. "This is..." Yang Yan's eyes immediately flashed a strange light as her attention was drawn to the fiery red crystal. "It should be a fire crystal stone." Yang Kai rubbed his chin. "It's just that I don't understand why it's so big, and my experience in obtaining it was also very strange. I didn't obtain it from a fire spirit beast." Immediately, Yang Kai gave a brief account of his experience in the strange mountain valley and how this huge fire crystal stone was his first harvest after entering the Lu Yen sandfield. While Yang Kai was talking, Yang Inflammation kept staring at the fire crystal stone, gently stroking it with one hand. After Yang Kai finished, Yang Inflammation nodded and said, "It should be a fire crystal stone, but this fire crystal stone has its own spirit array, which stimulates the fire essence aura and forms all kinds of fire spirit beasts to obstruct your progress." "An internal spirit array?" Yang Kai's expression changed. He hadn't noticed this before. "It's natural, a very mysterious spirit array." Yang Inflammation smiled. "This thing has some uses, but using it for artifact refining is a bit of a waste. Give it to me, I can use it to arrange a spirit array. That spirit array needs something like this as its array core." "Good." Yang Kai nodded, not being stingy, readily handing over the fire crystal stone. In any case, Yang Inflammation arranged this spirit array to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, so he could also benefit from it. What else? Yang Yin put the huge fire crystal stone into her space ring before her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai, seemingly looking forward to his response. "This." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took out a blood-red thing that looked a bit like a grass seed, but exuded a strange bloody aura. A blood sword grass seed. Young Inflammation saw this thing, and her beautiful face suddenly went pale as she exclaimed. She was able to recognize the seed at first glance. Blood sword grass. It really does live up to its name. Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully, recalling what had happened after he fell into that strange, bewildering array. At that time, after breaking through the shackles of that spirit array and walking out of the tunnel, there were many red weeds on either side of him that seemed to have come to life, growing wildly and attacking him. Moreover, these blood-red weeds were extremely hard and sharp. Even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he didn't dare allow them to cut him at will. Lu Yan's desert actually had such a thing. Yang Inflammation's face went pale. Is this thing very famous? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little strange when he saw her look like she was facing a great enemy. I don't know if it's famous or not, but I know how terrifying it is. It can grow indefinitely, and as long as there is enough flesh and blood for it to absorb, its power will continue to grow until it reaches its limit. Even an Origin King's body will be able to withstand its attacks. It's that terrifying? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling both fear and relief at the same time. If what Yang Inflammation said was true, then the blood sword grass he encountered shouldn't have been able to grow, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so helpless against him. This thing was extremely famous in ancient times. Many great sects and restricted areas would plant some of them to protect themselves. Yang Inflammation gently pinched the blood-red seed with a cautious expression. It's a pity there was only one seed. If there were more, Yang Kai not only didn't feel fear, but also felt regret. A pity? Yang Inflammation sneered. Not at all. One seed is enough. Blood sword grass can reproduce and grow by itself. As long as there is a single seed, and given enough flesh and blood, it will be able to reproduce. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. What do you want to do? Yang Inflammation seemed to notice the dangerous aura flashing in Yang Kai's eyes and asked hurriedly. Nothing much. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully before taking the blood sword grass seed back from Yang Inflammation's hand and carefully putting it away. I'll tell you first, if you want to plant it, you have to tell me in advance. But don't worry too much. As long as you don't provide it with flesh and blood, it won't grow, so it won't be harmful. I understand. Yang Kai nodded before taking out two more things from his space ring. Chapter 1259. One of them was a 3-meter-long bone as thick as a baby's arm, like a crystal-clear jade pillar. At first glance, one could tell it was an extraordinary treasure. The other was a round bead the size of a pigeon's egg. This bead was colorless, but inside it was a small green snake that seemed to be alive. As for the little green snake, it exuded an extremely weak soul fluctuation, but it contained a strong sense of majesty. As soon as this round bead appeared, a faint dragon roar came from Yang Kai's body, and at the same time, a different kind of pressure spread out from Yang Kai's body. Yang Inflammation raised her head in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon, her attention was attracted by the white bone and bead in front of her. Observing carefully, her expression also changed, an extremely complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes, sometimes surprise, sometimes suspicion, sometimes shock. After a long time, she took a deep breath, raised her eyes, and stared straight at Yang Kai. Do you see what these two things are? Yang Kai felt his lips go a little dry. Even though he had obtained these two things and kept them in his space ring for so long, he was still inexplicably excited when he took them out. Your luck is really amazing. You were even able to obtain a dragon bone and dragon bead. I really don't know where you went in the Lu Yan desert. Yang Inflammation bit her red lips. It was obvious that she was also very excited now, but she had suppressed her emotions. Are they really dragon bone and dragon bead? Yang Kai looked overjoyed. Although Yang Kai had some doubts when he obtained them from the underground St. Crystal lode, when Yang Inflammation confirmed they were dragon bone and dragon bone, he still couldn't believe it. They are indeed dragon bone and dragon bead. Yang Kai couldn't help but grin. In a carefree mood, Yang Inflammation also seemed to be happy that Yang Kai had such a heaven-defying opportunity, giggling along with him. After a while, when Yang Kai's mood calmed down, Young Inflammation's smile faded and she asked, "What are you going to do with him? Can it be refined into an artifact? I just happen to be lacking an offensive artifact." Yang Kai had already made up his mind and naturally asked immediately. Yang Kai didn't care about ordinary offensive artifacts. Even if it was an origin-grade high-rank artifact, it might not be as powerful as his own attack. As for an origin king-grade artifact, Yang Kai was unable to display its full power with his current strength. But now, there was such a dragon bone. If a dragon pearl could be refined into an offensive artifact, his combat effectiveness would rise again. Although the 100 Mountains picture was not bad, when Yang Kai used it, the 100 Mountains picture was not bad. Somehow, he felt that something was off. Difficult. This was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. Young Inflammation, who seemed to be omnipotent, heard his question. He actually shook his head slowly. This made Yang Kai, who was full of expectations, suddenly reveal a disappointed expression. "I'm not saying that I can't refine it, but if I were to refine it, its value would be greatly reduced." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "This dragon bone is the bone of a true dragon. It contains incredible power and divine technique. Judging from the color of the dragon soul in this dragon pearl, it should be the bone of a wood attribute true dragon. I don't know what kind of power it contains, but it can be said that it is already an extraordinary artifact. If I were to refine it, it would inevitably be contaminated with my aura, and if you were to use it, you wouldn't be able to display its full power. Of course, if I were an Origin King-grade high-rank artifact refiner now, I wouldn't have such concerns, but unfortunately, with my current level, it is still very difficult for me to refine it completely. Then what should I do?" Yang Kai's fiery heart seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water and instantly calmed down. "Wait until you grow to an Origin King-grade high-rank artifact refiner before refining it?" Young Inflammation frowned and did not answer for a while, seemingly contemplating something. After a while, her beautiful eyes lit up and she looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "The Saint Chi in your body is also of the Yang attribute, right?" "Not really, but it used to be." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that his Saint Chi had been transformed, the attribute of his demonic flame was really difficult to determine. It was constantly changing and extremely strange, so this Young Inflammation problem really stumped him. "Circulate your Saint Chi and let me see," Young Inflammation ordered, her beautiful eyes staring at him intently. Yang Kai immediately pushed his Saint Chi and transformed his demonic flame into an extremely hot attribute. Young Inflammation's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands with a smile. "No problem. It seems your luck is really good. If it were any other cultivator who obtained this dragon bone and dragon pearl, I may have had to wait until I became an Origin King-grade high-rank artifact refiner before I could refine it. But if your Saint Chi is also so hot, you can refine it yourself." "Refine it myself?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Yes, you can refine it yourself, and there are also great benefits to doing so. With your current strength, although you can't completely refine it or display its full power, as time passes and your strength grows, the power this dragon bone can display will also become stronger and stronger. When the time comes, it can even become an artifact that connects your soul to your very being," Young Inflammation explained excitedly. "But I'm not an artifact refiner. How can I refine it?" Yang Kai was still confused. "You don't need to be an artifact refiner because it is already an artifact by itself, so there's no need for you to refine anything. All you need to do is refine it. I'll teach you a set of secret arts to refine it. There won't be any problems." "This is also possible?" Kai Yang was overjoyed, and in an instant he was full of energy again. And you also obtained the Dragon Soul and Dragon Bead. If you can refine the Dragon Soul and Dragon Bead into this Dragon Bone, I really can't imagine what this Dragon Bone will become." Young Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up, faintly revealing a hint of madness, as if she couldn't wait to see the scene of this Dragon Bone being refined. So no longer hesitating, she passed on the secret arts to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully, trying to figure out what was going on, and immediately asking if he didn't understand. Young Inflammation patiently explained it to him. The secret arts to refine this dragon bone wasn't difficult, and it only took Yang Kai 2 hours to memorize it. Once he had time to slowly comprehend it, he could begin refining the dragon bone. After passing on the secret arts to Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation thought for a moment and said, "If you're not in a hurry, I can lend you my artifact refining furnace. Although my crafting furnace is not very good, but with its help, you will be able to refine it quickly. After all, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood." Artifact refining furnace? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a strange look. "I have one." "You have an artifact refining furnace?" Yang Inflammation was stunned, smiling. "You're not an artifact refiner. How could you have an artifact refining furnace?" "Oh, I got it in Lu Yan's desert, and it seems to be quite extraordinary," Yang Kai said, while taking out the small artifact refining furnace. When Yang Inflammation saw this small artifact refining furnace, she didn't show any surprise. She only felt that the strange bird pattern on it was a little strange. Just as she was checking the quality of this artifact refining furnace, the strange bird pattern seemed to come alive. It quickly swam around the surface of the furnace. Immediately, it turned into a red firebird. It flew out. In an instant, the temperature in the stone room soared, and the air was filled with a scorching and pure fire aura. "Artifact spirit!" Young Inflammation exclaimed in shock. Covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes stared at the artifact spirit, full of shock and eagerness. The artifact spirit also seemed to see Young Inflammation's malicious intent, so after hovering midair, it landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, its 3 long tail feathers dragging behind it as it used its sharp beak to comb its feathers while staring at Young Inflammation vigilantly with its 2 small eyes. Yang Yin was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her eyes filled with longing. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai not becoming an artifact refiner was a big loss. The Saint Chi in his body was qualified, his divine sense was strong enough, and he had the stone mongoose as his strongest assistant. Now, he even had an artifact refining furnace with an artifact spirit, one that was obviously Origin King grade. Infuriating. Young Inflammation compared Yang Kai's possessions to her own and couldn't help feeling discouraged. Now that this artifact spirit had obviously been subdued by Yang Kai, even if she wanted this artifact refining furnace, she couldn't. Once an artifact spirit was subdued, it was impossible for it to submit to a second person unless the person who subdued it first died. With the assistance of such an artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone, dragon bead, and dragon soul will be twice as fast with half the effort, Young Inflammation said bitterly as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes filled with resentment. "Ahem. I collected a lot of artifact refining furnaces this time, and several of them are Origin King grade." "Really?" Young Inflammation's spirits instantly rose. But they all seemed to be a little damaged. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the artifact refining furnaces he had collected from the Earth Lung Fire Pond and placed them in a scattered pile. Young Inflammation's mouth was wide open, and he was unable to close it for a long time. After inspecting these artifact refining furnaces one by one, he suddenly became a little annoyed and said, "It's not just a little damaged, the damage is too great. How could they all be destroyed by fire attribute energy? Can they still be used? I don't know. I'll do my best to repair them." Young Inflammation waved his hand and put the artifact refining furnaces into his space ring. Next, Yang Kai took out his other gains from Lu Yin's sand field one by one, handing over everything he could to Young Inflammation. For example, the huge number of fire crystal stones, the brilliant fire crystal essence, and the Lu Yin flying fire. Yang Kai had collected a total of 9 Lu Yin flying fires, and after giving one to Young Inflammation, he kept 8 for himself. He wanted to know if using them could enhance his conflagrated knowledge. See. The map fragment obtained from killing Ming Hongliang was also given to Young Inflammation, so now she had 2 map fragments in her hands. Although they were still incomplete, they should be able to be studied together. The crystal obtained in the 6th layer that caused Yang Kai to hallucinate and even feel dizzy was also recognized by Young Inflammation. It was said to be a rare treasure called Mirage Stone. She also took it away, saying it was the best material to arrange an illusion array. The 20 stalks of bamboo that Yang Kai had spent half a year cutting down were also given to her, allowing her to refine them herself. Chapter 1260. As for the other spirit grasses and spirit medicines Yang Kai collected in Lu Yan's desert, He kept them for himself, such as the emerald silkgrass, purple fine jade fruit, golden sun fruit, and so on. These herbs could be used in alchemy, so naturally, he wouldn't give them to young inflammation. As for the red candle fruit, red candle stalk, 9-branch jade crystal tree, golden sun fruit tree, and 10,000-year incense, Yang Kai also kept them for himself. After obtaining these materials, young inflammation naturally left in high spirits. With her talent and so many good things, she could naturally go all out. Before leaving, she also gave Yang Kai a palm-sized token. The seal script on the token flowed, looking very mysterious. With this token, Yang Kai could freely enter and exit his cave mansion and open the barriers around it. Once these barriers were opened, no one on Dragon Cave Mountain except for Yang Kai could enter. Even Yang Inflammation couldn't enter unless they forcibly broke the spirit array. Regarding this point, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Yang Yin had obviously taken his safety into consideration, which was why she had used this method to create a place where no one could intrude. Yang Kai wasn't planning to live in one of the newly built lofts outside, so this cave mansion was very much to his liking. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because he had carved his own cave mansion in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream a long time ago, but he had a special fondness for this kind of cave mansion. He felt that living here was very peaceful and was most suitable for him to meditate and cultivate. On top of that, Yang Yin had carefully arranged this cave mansion. This place had the most spirit arrays and was the most heavily guarded place on Dragon Cave Mountain. The world energy aura here was so rich that when Yang Kai first returned, he couldn't detect anything inside this cave mansion even when he used his divine sense to investigate. After Yang Inflammation left, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place and fell into a daze for a while. He had faintly noticed that it wasn't just Yang Inflammation, but also Wu Yi, Yufeng, Changqi, Haoan, and the several dozen Haiku family disciples. They had already treated this place as a place that they could rely on. It could even be said that they treated this place as their own home. Therefore, no matter which one of them it was, they were extremely attentive to the construction of this place. This was what Yang Kai was happy to see. After pondering for a while, he took out his alchemy furnace, emerald silkgrass, and some other medicinal ingredients. He refined a few furnaces of origin condensing pills. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because Lu Yan's trip to the desert this time had allowed him to grow a lot, but this time, refining the origin condensing pill was much smoother than the last time. More than half of them had formed pill veins. These origin condensing pills were naturally for Changqi and Haoan. Both of them had been stuck at the Third Order Saint King Realm bottleneck for so many years, so they should only need one origin condensing pill to break through to the origin returning realm. However, after the pills were refined, Yang Kai didn't rush to send them out and instead began to arrange them in his cave mansion. In one of the stone rooms, Yang Kai spent a lot of saint crystals and even used his myriad drug liquid to create an extremely rich world energy aura. The cave mansion's world energy aura was already quite good, so with the addition of the saint crystals and myriad drug liquid, the richness of the world energy immediately rose to a whole new level. Inside this stone room, Yang Kai opened up a small medicine garden and carefully took out the red candle stalk and placed it next to the pool formed by the diluted myriad drug liquid. He believed that with so much world energy and spirit water, the red candle stalk shouldn't wither, not to mention, its vitality was already extremely tenacious. Next, Yang Kai took out the small piece of red candle fruit. Although he knew that this small piece of red candle fruit could not be restored after being cut, Yang Kai still placed it at the top of the red candle stalk, hoping that the roots of the red candle fruit would be able to maintain or even enhance its medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai couldn't use the red candle fruit now, nor could he refine it into a pill, but perhaps he would need it in the future. After doing this, Yang Kai used the token in his hand to open all the barriers in this stone room. As soon as the light curtain flashed, a ripple spread out and everything in the stone room suddenly disappeared. Not only was it impossible to see the pool of diluted myriad drug liquid, the red candle stalk, and the red candle fruit with the naked eye, even when using one's divine sense, there was no trace of them. Except for the abnormal world energy aura, there was nothing else suspicious about this place. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, and after completely sealing off this stone room, he went to the next stone room. In the second stone room, Yang Kai took out the 10,000-year incense and the incense burner he obtained from the 6th layer of Lu Yin's sandfield and placed them inside. In an instant, the entire stone room was filled with a faint and clear fragrance. As soon as this fragrance entered his nose, Yang Kai suddenly felt his mind become tranquil, as if all his worries and unhappiness had disappeared. Even his knowledge sea had become calm and tranquil. The effects of the 10,000-year incense were well-deserved. Meditating under this fragrance for a long time would be of great help to anyone. Using the token in his hand, Yang Kai also completely sealed off the second stone room. The fragrance of the 10,000-year incense could now only drift inside the cave mansion, but Yang Kai could think of a way to let this fragrance drift outside. This way, the cultivator living on Dragon Cave Mountain would be able to benefit from it. Secretly keeping this matter in mind, Yang Kai went to the third stone room. A moment later, Yang Kai placed the 9-branched jade crystal tree in the third stone room. This way, as long as someone entered retreat inside the cave mansion, they could use the 9-branched jade crystal tree to spy on the heavenly way and martial Tao, allowing them to break through bottlenecks. However, Changqi and Howen both had the assistance of origin condensing pills and the 10,000-year incense, so they probably wouldn't need to use the 9-branched jade crystal tree. After finishing this, Yang Kai walked to the side and looked at a strange stone full of holes. This strange stone was the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had spent a lot of Saint crystals to buy at the last auction. After buying it, Yang Kai had placed his soul-devouring insects inside it. Yang Yin had said that profound insect stones were the most suitable for growing exotic insects. Before Yang Kai went to Lu Yan's desert, he had told Yang Yin and the others not to touch this profound insect stone. Now, it was lying quietly in a corner just like before. However, under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, he found that there were thousands of tiny soul-devouring insects, invisible to the naked eye, sleeping quietly inside this profound insect stone. The interior of the profound insect stone seemed to be empty. The soul-devouring insects were still growing and evolving, so they couldn't be used for the time being. Only when the profound insect stone completely disappeared would they be able to fly out. Moreover, the 6-colored soul-warming lotus in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was also evolving, so the soul-devouring insects had no place to settle down, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to let them out. Yang Kai had great expectations for the evolving soul-devouring insects, wondering what kind of changes they would undergo after they finished evolving. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put away the profound insect stone and placed it in the stone room where the 9-branched jade crystal tree was. Only then did Yang Kai walk out of the cave mansion and call Changqi and Howen in, giving each of them an origin condensing pill and telling them to choose an empty stone room to enter retreat. Yang Kai believed that it wouldn't be long before Dragon Cave Mountain would have its first 2 origin returning realm masters. Although they would only be first-order origin realm masters, in the end, there would still be origin returning realm masters here. In the future, when Yang Kai wasn't here, they would be able to cooperate with Dragon Cave Mountain's many amazing spirit arrays to protect this place. Over the next few days, Yang Kai was constantly busy. No one knew what he was busy with, but soon, everyone was surprised to find that a golden sun fruit tree had appeared somewhere on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the fruits on this tree had disappeared, this tree was still a spirit fruit tree. So in addition to being used to decorate the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain, it also gave everyone a sense of anticipation. When it came to transplanting the golden sun fruit tree, Yang Kai was severely reprimanded by Yang Yin. After listening to her ramble on, Yang Kai realized that he had been too naive before. The golden sun fruit tree's requirements for its environment were too harsh. If Yang Kai hadn't possessed a heaven-defying treasure like the Black Book Space, it would have been impossible to bring it out of the Lu Yin desert and would likely have died inside his space ring. Even if it was replanted here, the chances of the golden sun fruit tree surviving was less than 30%. Yang Yin had spent a great deal of effort to arrange a spirit array around it to gather world energy for it to use. But even so, no one could guarantee whether the golden sun fruit tree would survive or not. However, the blood sword grass seed had undergone a change that shocked both Yang Kai and Yang Yin. Originally, after Yang Yin took away the blood sword grass seed, she had simply found a random place to plant it. Because she hadn't provided it with any flesh, She hadn't expected the blood sword grass seed to sprout and grow at this moment. She had only intended to use it as a last resort. If anyone dared to attack Dragon Cave Mountain, as long as there were casualties near the blood sword grass seed, it would be able to absorb the energy from these corpses and break out of the ground, catching the enemy off guard. On a whim, Yang Kai dripped a drop of golden blood onto the spot where the blood sword grass seed had been planted. As a result, in the blink of an eye, the blood sword grass seed began to sprout and grow rapidly, only stopping after reaching a height of 10 meters or so. However, this wasn't the end though. From the nearby soil, more blood sword grasses suddenly emerged one after another. Although they weren't as lush as the first one, they still reached a height of about 2 meters. In less than half an hour, with the location where the blood sword grass seed had been planted as its center, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius had been filled with sharp blades of grass, causing Yang Yan's beautiful face to go pale, and she couldn't help screaming. Moreover, these blood sword grasses were different from the ones Yang Kai had seen before. They were not crimson in color, but instead each one exuded a faint golden light, making them quite eye-catching. Such a turn of events not only stunned Yang Yan, but also stunned Yang Kai on the spot. He hadn't expected that a single drop of his golden blood would cause such a big change to the blood sword grass. The only reason he had dripped a drop of his golden blood into the blood sword grass was because he wanted to see its effects. As a result, he had almost caused a casualty to one of the nearby cultivators. Fortunately, Yang Kai had come to the rescue in time and saved the Haiku family cultivator from being cut up by the blood sword grasses. Chapter 1261. However, strangely enough, perhaps because of his golden blood, these blood sword grasses did not show any hostility towards Yang Kai. Even when Yang Kai passed through them, they did not react in the slightest. However, except for Yang Kai, any living thing that entered these blood sword grasses would be cut into pieces like a mad demon. The sharp blades of light golden grass exuded a chilling light that caused anyone who entered to shudder. After this incident, Yang Yin was both surprised and overjoyed. He immediately began arranging things around the blood sword grasses, preparing to turn this place into a restricted area and even use these blood sword grasses to create a large-scale trap. Even if an origin-returning realm master broke into this blood sword grasses, even if they didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. 3 days after Yang Kai's return, Shadow Moon Hall's Qian Tong personally brought Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener to Dragon Cave Mountain. After confirming that Yang Kai had really returned safely, the three of them felt relieved. Qian Tong also learned from Wei Guchong that Yang Kai had once saved his and Dong Xiener's lives in Lu Yin Desert. Without even mentioning his original intention of befriending Yang Kai, Qian Tong's assistance alone was enough to make Qian Tong deeply grateful. Wei Guchong and Dong Xiener were both Shadow Moon Hall's most talented disciples, so if the two of them were to fall in Lu Yin Desert, the loss would be immeasurable. None of them asked Yang Kai why he had only appeared so long after Lu Yin Desert closed, but all of them vaguely guessed that Yang Kai must have encountered some other opportunity. As a result, Qian Tong became even more optimistic about Yang Kai and treated him as if he were a family elder. Now, Dragon Cave Mountain and Shadow Moon Hall were cooperating closely. Yang Yin and the others continued to purchase a large number of materials from Shadow Moon Hall, allowing the Shadow Moon Hall to make a lot of money. For various reasons, Qian Tong had already regarded Dragon Cave Mountain as a partner and ally. After a long chat, Yang Kai learned about the gains and losses of the major forces after the opening of the Lu Yin Desert. The loss was not small. There were more than 10,000 cultivators who entered the Lu Yin Sandy Land, but less than 70% of them could return safely. A total of 30% to 40% of the elite disciples of various forces had lost their lives. It could be said to be disastrous. Although this kind of loss made every force feel sad, the harvest brought back by the surviving disciples was enough to make up for the losses. Almost everyone had more or less gained something, especially the sect's disciples who had brought out the red candle fruit. All of them were rewarded handsomely by their respective sections. And the appearance of the red candle fruit, similarly, it set off a wave of heat across Shadowed Star. Several alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill sect frequently went to the various great forces, trying to purchase this red candle fruit at a high price, but to no avail. In the end, they put forward a request for them to refine pills. However, no one felt comfortable handing over this heaven-defying spirit fruit to another great force, not even Medicine Pill Sect. So after half a year, the alchemy grandmasters from Medicine Pill Sect could only return angrily. This was probably the first time that the great forces on Shadowed Star had refused to give face to Medicine Pill Sect. This matter had caused a lot of turmoil half a year ago. Several traders from Shadow Moon Hall had even appeared and tried to steal the red candle fruit, but as a result, their whereabouts were exposed and they were all eliminated on the spot. The situation of the other sects was roughly the same, but after half a year, the storm caused by the red candle fruit gradually subsided. However, no one knew what to do with the red candle fruit. After talking about this, Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask Qian Tong a lot of questions about the cultivation of the Saint King realm. Qian Tong didn't hold back and immediately shared his cultivation experiences. Yang Kai, Wei Guchong, Dong Xiner, and the others listened attentively, and all of them gained a lot. Half a day later, Qian Tong and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner told Yang Kai that after they returned, they would enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm. In Luyan's desert, both of them had made some progress, so now was the best time to break through to the origin returning realm. Yang Kai knew that if they hadn't been waiting for news from him, they would have entered retreat long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't determine whether he was dead or alive that they had delayed until now and missed the best opportunity to break through. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Before leaving, Dong Xiner suddenly approached Yang Kai mysteriously and whispered, "Brother Yang, elder sister Dai Yuan has sent me many messages over the past 6 months asking about your situation, but unfortunately, you never showed up, so I couldn't tell her the exact news. Now that you've returned safely, I believe elder sister Dai Yuan will feel much more at ease." Dai Yuan. Yang Kai froze as an ugly face appeared in front of him, causing his expression to become extremely strange. Why was she so concerned about him? Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Yang Kai felt that with Dai Yuan's personality, it was impossible for her to care about him so much for no reason. Moreover, when they parted ways in the 4th layer, Dai Yuan seemed to have said something that was quite intriguing. She said that she would pay him a visit to thank him in the future, so it seemed that she wasn't just saying it casually. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about this, Wei Guchong chuckled meaningfully, obviously misunderstanding something and thinking that something had happened between Yang Kai and Dai Yuan in Luyan's desert. Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. Not to mention that there really was nothing between him and Dai Yuan. Even if Dai Yuan was a beautiful woman, Yang Kai wouldn't be tempted. He had seen many beautiful women, and since entering Luyan's territory, he had always been thinking about the other 2 beauties in his heart, so how could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Dong Xiner suddenly bit her lip and whispered, "Actually, elder sister Dai Yuan isn't what you think she is." After saying this, Dong Xiner quickly caught up with Wei Guchong and left with him. Yang Kai was left standing in place, completely confused. He had no idea what Dong Xiner was trying to say. After a moment of confusion, Yang Kai shook his head and returned to his stone room. After spending a month refining all the herbs he could refine into pills, he immediately called Yang Yin and Wu Yi over and told them that he was going into retreat for a while, and that if there was nothing important, they shouldn't disturb him. As for Dragon Cave Mountain, they could handle it on their own. As for the pills he refined, they were naturally given to them to handle. There was a huge number of these pills, and most of them were used to increase one's cultivation. With the help of these pills, everyone's strength would improve rapidly. Yang Yin and Wu Yi naturally nodded. Immediately after, Yang Kai entered his cave mansion and began his retreat. There were too many things he needed to do. He wanted to see if Luyan's flying fire could enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge C, refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, comprehend the demon blood thread secret technique, and consolidate his newly promoted second-order Saint King realm cultivation. All of these things took time and couldn't be accomplished in a day or 2. However, in order to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, Yang Kai first had to refine the artifact refining furnace. Yang Yin was right. Sharpening a knife would not delay chopping wood. As long as he completely refined the Origin King-grade artifact refining furnace, he could save a lot of time refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Moreover, the artifact refining furnace had given birth to an artifact spirit and could be used as an offensive artifact. After carefully sorting out the things he needed to do, Yang Kai began to get busy. The first thing he did was to refine the artifact refining furnace. Although he had subdued an artifact spirit in the earth lung fire pond, subduing an artifact spirit and refining an artifact refining furnace were two different things. However, subduing an artifact spirit would be of great help to him in refining the artifact refining furnace, allowing him to refine it more quickly and effectively. Taking out the artifact refining furnace and placing it in front of him, Yang Kai closed his eyes and pushed his Saint Chi, transforming it into demonic flames that wrapped around the artifact refining furnace in front of him and allowed his aura to penetrate into it. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since Yang Kai began cultivating the flowing time Great Emperor. Since Yang Kai entered the cave mansion, he had not come out, so no one knew what he was doing inside. Even Changqi and Howen, who had successfully broken through to the origin returning realm inside the cave mansion, had not seen Yang Kai in person. The two of them had taken origin condensing pills and, with the help of the 10,000-year incense and 9-branch jade crystal tree in the stone room, broke through to the origin returning realm without any suspense and emerged from the stone room in less than half a month. After breaking through to the origin returning realm, the Shadow Moon Hall actually sent over some information about origin returning realm cultivation, causing Changqi and Howen to be overjoyed. Both of them were from small families and had never been able to obtain such precious information before, so Qiantong gave them some face for Yang Kai's sake. Naturally, the two of them were extremely grateful. Immediately, the two of them entered their own lofts and entered retreat to comprehend Sure, which was something only an origin returning realm cultivator could comprehend. For half a year, everything on Dragon Cave Mountain was in order. Wu Yi was in charge of managing the outside and cooperating with the Shadow Moon Hall, while Yang Yin was responsible for arranging the various spirit arrays. Dragon Cave Mountain's defensive capabilities had risen to a whole new level, and the cultivator who originally belonged to the Haiku family had also immersed themselves in cultivation diligently. If it weren't for Yang Yin needing to use artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to comprehend the knowledge in his mind, with the current situation of Dragon Cave Mountain, there would be no need for him to arrange anything at all. During this half a year, Yang Kai had also thoroughly consolidated his cultivation. After refining the profound in sunflower water, his cultivation had risen to the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, as long as the right time was right and he received some help, he would be able to break through to the third-order Saint King realm. The artifact refining furnace had also been completely refined into his body. After that, the Firebird artifact spirit could even freely enter and exit Yang Kai's body, no longer having to stand on Yang Kai's shoulder like before. This little thing and the stone mongoose seemed to have some natural disagreements and would often fight whenever they encountered each other. This was the first time Yang Kai realized that the stone mongoose's combat strength could not be underestimated. Its innate battle armor allowed it to withstand the artifact spirit's fire spirit's attacks. Although it looked simple and clumsy, once it began fighting, its speed was incredibly fast. If it weren't for the artifact spirit's ability to fly, the stone mongoose would definitely not have suffered a loss. Even so, every time they fought, the stone mongoose and the artifact spirit would end up in a tie, neither able to do anything to the other. Chapter 1262. Over the course of half a year, the two artifact spirits fought more than a dozen times, ending in a draw almost every time. Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to take care of them and never intervened in their battles. In the end, the two little creatures even began to appreciate each other and would sometimes gather together to discuss something mysteriously. During this half a year, in addition to consolidating his second-order Saint King cultivation and refining the artifact refining furnace, Yang Kai had also refined the Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead slightly. Now, both the Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead had been placed into the artifact refining furnace, while the artifact refining furnace had been taken into Yang Kai's body. As a result, even if Yang Kai didn't deliberately refine them, the artifact spirit could use the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body to stimulate the artifact refining furnace while using its own pure fire attribute energy to continuously refine the Dragon Bone and Dragon Bead. However, These two things were truly worthy of being materials from a true dragon. The artifact spirit had been refining them for 2 months, but hadn't seen much change. The only difference was that they were slightly contaminated with Yonkai's aura, but they couldn't be used by the artifact spirit. It seemed that it would take at least 3 to 5 years to completely refine them, unless Yonkai specifically took the time to stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the process. Yonkai wasn't in a hurry, though, and took this opportunity to study the Demon Blood Thread secret art given to him by Demon Blood Temple disciple Dengning. Originally, Yonkai had only wanted this secret technique to use as an excuse to deal with Yi Yangrong, while also ensuring that Dengning wouldn't betray him. However, after returning to Dragon Cave Mountain for a month, Yonkai discovered that this Demon Blood Thread secret technique was extremely profound and was very suitable for him to cultivate. This came as a great surprise to Yonkai. Demon Blood Temple was an extremely evil force that had many bad blood relationships with many of the great forces on Shadowed Star. On top of that, there would be a small internal strife every 5 years and a major one every 10 years. The reason why it had not been completely destroyed was mostly because of this Demon Blood Thread secret technique. The foreign elders and protectors of Demon Blood Temple had all cultivated this secret technique and were able to use it in battle, making it extremely difficult to defend against. As such, most people didn't bother to find trouble with them. As long as Demon Blood Temple didn't do anything that would incur the wrath of the heavens, there was no need to worry about its destruction. If one wanted to cultivate this secret art, one needed to use one's own blood essence as a foundation. Every cultivator's blood essence was extremely precious, and once used, it would cause severe damage to one's yuan qi. It could be said that using a single drop of golden blood would cause a cultivator to recuperate for several months to several years. However, in Demon Blood Temple, there was another secret art that complemented the Demon Blood Thread secret art and allowed its disciples to use their blood essence as a foundation to cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art without suffering any serious damage. Once one successfully cultivated this secret art and used it against an enemy, their combat power would soar. Because it was refined from one's own blood essence, it was much easier to use than any other artifact. The Demon Blood Thread was also known as an artifact that wasn't an artifact. Blood essence was also precious to Yonkai, and he didn't dare use it casually, but he had an endless supply of golden blood. On top of that, golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, making it the best foundation for cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. When Yonkai discovered this, he was overjoyed, but before that, he had been considering the pros and cons of cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. It wasn't until some time ago that he finally decided to begin cultivating it. Because the more blood essence one used to cultivate this secret art, the more demon blood threads one could cultivate, and the more powerful it would be. This secret art was simply tailor-made for Yonkai. How could he miss out on such an opportunity? Currently, when Yonkai fought, he mostly relied on the 9 Heavens divine skills as well as his own comprehension of Saint Chi, so he lacked some flexibility. If he could cultivate this Demon Blood Thread secret art, he would be able to make up for this shortcoming. If Yonkai cultivated this secret art, he would have another huge advantage, and that was that the Demon Blood Threads he cultivated would be more powerful than those of Demon Blood Temple's disciples because the foundation of this secret art was blood essence. The more powerful one's blood essence was, the more terrifying the Demon Blood Threads would be. During this half-year retreat, Yonkai had spent most of his time cultivating the Demon Blood Thread secret art. Now, he was showing some signs of minor accomplishment. Inside the cave mansion, Yonkai's thoughts flashed as an imperceptible golden light appeared at the tip of his finger. This golden light was like a silk thread, several dozen meters long, and under the control of Yonkai's divine sense, it moved back and forth nimbly, giving off a whooshing sound as if it was capable of cutting through space itself, as if he was holding an invisible golden whip in his hand. After testing the power of this Demon Blood Thread secret art, Yonkai was quite satisfied. After all, this was something he had obtained by consuming a drop of golden blood. Moreover, he hadn't even fully cultivated it, yet it already possessed such power. If he fully cultivated it, its power would definitely increase significantly. This was just a single demon blood thread. If he cultivated several dozen of them, Yang Kai could hardly imagine how much trouble they would bring to his enemies. The senior who created the demon blood thread secret art was truly a heaven-sent genius, actually thinking of using his own blood essence to cultivate this artifact that wasn't really an artifact. However, even he could not have anticipated that there would be someone like Yang Kai in this world who could use countless drops of golden blood. Given enough time, Yang Kai would definitely be able to carry forward the demon blood thread secret art he created. However, now, this thing could no longer be called a demon blood thread. It was more appropriate to call it a golden blood thread. Yang Kai grinned, took back the golden blood thread into his body, and continued to cultivate. During this period, Yang Kai also consumed space spirit crystals to absorb energy from them and enhance his own space force. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed and Yang Kai still showed no signs of coming out of seclusion. However, there was no need for him to appear on Dragon Cave Mountain, so everything was fine. On this day, while cultivating his golden blood threads, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly opened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across his face. Immediately closing his eyes again, he sent his consciousness into the black book space, his soul avatar manifesting. After seeing the scene in front of him, the words Yang Kai was about to say were suddenly swallowed back into his stomach and instead stared blankly at a giant tree in front of him. This giant tree was the divine tree that Yang Kai had taken into the black book space many years ago. Last time, after swallowing 2 drops of Yang Kai's golden blood, it had fallen into a deep sleep to evolve. Now, 2 to 3 years later, it had awakened from this state. It was precisely because he had perceived its message that Yang Kai had manifested his soul avatar into the black book space. However, the appearance of the divine tree now was a bit strange. Yang Kai remembered that before its evolution, it was a towering tree with lush foliage. Each leaf and branch contained a rich yang attribute energy. But now, after its evolution, it had shrunk several times, only reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters. However, at this moment, its leaves and branches looked a bit different, as if they were made of pure gold, giving off a dazzling and eye-catching golden glow. Moreover, between these branches and leaves, there were some green fruits about the size of longans. If these fruits were to mature, they would be great supplements for someone like Yang Kai, but they had only just begun to bear fruit. What surprised Yang Kai was not just these changes to the divine tree, but also the fact that a face had appeared at the center of its trunk. It was a very strange face. It had eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but no eyebrows. Furthermore, because the face was too big, it was somewhat distorted. It looked like the face of an extremely old man. On both sides of the tree trunk, there were 2 forks that looked like arms. The branches on the palms were separated and looked like fingers. However, the 2 arms and palms of the divine tree were extremely large, and at a glance, it was obvious they were extraordinarily powerful. The roots of the divine tree had also transformed into many tentacles that supported its huge body, as if it had grown countless legs out of thin air. When Yang Kai entered, the divine tree seemed to be adapting to its changes, its tentacles moving as it slowly walked through the black book space. When it sensed Kai Yang's arrival, it immediately raised its 2 large eyes and looked over. It even seemed to smile at Kai Yang for a moment, before standing still. "You." Yang Kai stared at it in amazement, not knowing what to say for a while. "Don't worry." What surprised Yang Kai even more was that the divine tree actually spoke in human language, but its voice was very deep and hoarse, as if this was the first time it had spoken like this and was not used to it. Before, the divine tree had only communicated with Yang Kai through divine sense, so this was the first time Yang Kai had heard it speak. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. After a long pause, the divine tree continued, "Although I don't quite understand why I've become like this after evolving, I can feel that this is a good thing. It seems your golden blood has been of great help to me. I am no longer the same as before." Hearing this, Yang Kai felt relieved and asked with concern, "Is there anything wrong?" "No, there's nothing wrong at all. I feel wonderful." The divine tree's speech gradually became clearer, as if after speaking a few words, it had grasped the trick of communicating with others in this way. As it spoke, it began to slowly walk through the black book space. If there's anything wrong with this place, it's that I feel this place is no longer suitable for me to stay. It's too depressing and not conducive to my growth. Yangkai was startled and immediately understood what was going on. Before the divine tree had evolved, it could only be regarded as a world spirit treasure that had gained sentience, so there was no problem with it being placed inside the Black Book space. But now, it had become a strange creature, so staying inside the Black Book space was indeed a bit inappropriate. It might not be a problem for a short time, but if it stayed here for a long time, it would be unable to accept the world principles from the outside world, causing it to wither and die. If such a thing really happened, Yangkai would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Chapter 1263. Considering all this, Yangkai said apologetically, "I've wronged you these past few years. When I brought you out of that mysterious small world, I promised you that one day I would find a place for you to settle down. But after all these years, I've been running around and haven't been able to find a place to settle down." Hearing this, the divine tree waved its two palms and waved them off. "I know, you don't need to worry about it." And Yangkai nodded gently before suddenly grinning. "But now I finally have a place to settle down. If you want, you can come out for a while. When I leave here in the future, I'll take you with me. Of course, that's up to you." The divine tree stopped and a look of joy appeared on its subtle face as it asked, "Can we go out now?" It seemed that because it had been placed in the Black Book space for so long, it missed the sunlight outside. Yangkai nodded firmly. "Then let's go out. When you leave here, I'll go with you." After finishing his discussion, Yangkai immediately walked out of the cave mansion. The outside was quiet as the several dozen Haiku family disciples seemed to be in a state of cultivation. Even Changqi and Howen were nowhere to be seen. Only the few cultivators responsible for monitoring Dragon Cave Mountain's movements were still active. Seeing Yangkai come out of seclusion, these people's expressions became solemn and they quickly walked over to greet him. Although they had followed Wui out of the Haiku family, they all knew who was in charge of this place. "Where's Young Inflammation?" Yangkai looked around but couldn't find any trace of Young Inflammation. Even after using his divine sense, Yangkai couldn't find Young Inflammation's aura. Wui was also not here. Young Inflammation and Young Lady went to Black Sea City together. One of the cultivators who seemed to be very smart quickly replied, "Black Sea City? Which great force is that? Why did they go there?" Yangkai was stunned. Black Sea City is under the jurisdiction of Clear Sky Sect. They went there to participate in Treasure Trove Pavilion's auction. "Another auction?" Yangkai raised his eyebrows. Seeing his puzzled look, the cultivator hurriedly explained. After listening to his explanation, Yangkai understood. It seemed to be because Yangkai had taken out a lot of good things at the auction last time. Yin Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion remembered this, so before the auction this time, he specially asked Qian Tong to send over an invitation. Dragon Cave Mountain just happened to be lacking Saint Crystals to purchase materials, so Yang Yin brought a few artifacts he had refined to the auction. Prepare to raise some funds. After learning about this, Kai Yang furrowed his brow. The speed at which Young Inflammation was spending Saint Crystals was simply too fast. The several million Saint Crystals and materials Yang Kai had brought back last time must have been used up by her. Yang Kai wasn't frowning because of her extravagant spending. No matter how much Saint Crystals and materials Yang Yin consumed, he was still arranging a protective barrier for Dragon Cave Mountain. What Yang Kai cared about was that auctioning things to raise Saint Crystals was not a long-term solution. Young Inflammation could take out the artifacts he refined to auction once or twice to allow the funds to flow, but if this continued, something would definitely happen. What's more, the pills he refined couldn't be auctioned for a long time. After all, Dragon Cave Mountain was not under the protection of any great force. Although Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Dragon Cave Mountain, that was only because Qian Tong was in charge. There was no guarantee that someone from Shadow Moon Hall would keep an eye on Dragon Cave Mountain. If too many high-grade artifacts and pills were to flow out from here, it would definitely attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Not to mention others, Yang Kai estimated that Xie Hongwen's father would not relax his monitoring of Dragon Cave Mountain. Xie Hongwen had died in the Lu Yin sandfield, so although Xie Hongwen's father did not know who killed his son, he would definitely not give up. Once he found an excuse, He might come here to cause trouble. How many days have they been gone? Yang Kai asked again. 3 days. They should be back soon. Does young Master Yang need to find them? If so, we can make a trip. No need. Yang Kai waved his hand. You can go about your own business. Yes. Several people nodded and were about to disperse when Yang Kai suddenly said, Right, when they come back, tell them not to auction any more artifacts. After giving these instructions, Yang Kai flew up into the sky and began flying freely around Dragon Cave Mountain. He had the token given to him by Young Inflammation, which could not only open the barrier around the cave mansion, but also open and close all the barriers and spirit arrays around Dragon Cave Mountain. So with this token in hand, Dragon Cave Mountain's barriers and spirit arrays had no effect on Yang Kai. Yang Kai saw all kinds of amazing spirit arrays arranged by Young Inflammation. The Mirage Stone was also placed in the array core of an illusion array. If it weren't for the token given to him by Young Inflammation, Yang Kai would not have been able to escape after breaking in. There was also the territory where the blood sword grass was located. It was also wrapped in a bewildering array, making it impossible for anyone to see what was inside. But once an outsider broke in, they would be frantically attacked by the blood sword grass. There was also a plain and unremarkable area, but Yang Kai found that the huge fire crystal stone was protected by layers of spirit arrays. Halos of light flowed around it, and a huge spirit array was engraved on the ground. Although Yang Kai did not know what kind of spirit arrays were arranged in this territory, Yang Kai estimated that it would not be an easy place to break through. There were also a variety of other spirit arrays and spirit arrays. Even though Yang Kai was the owner of Dragon Cave Mountain, he was still shocked by these layers of protection and hidden dangers. Young Inflammation wanted to turn this place into an impenetrable fortress. However, Yang Kai knew that she was using these arrangements to unlock the seal on his sea of knowledge, so even if it was a bit extravagant and wasteful, it was not a problem. As long as Young Inflammation mastered more and more things, the spirit arrays and spirit arrays she arranged in the future would become stronger and stronger. Yang Kai flew around Dragon Cave Mountain for a while before returning to an open space a few dozen meters away from the loft. There was no trace of any kind of arrangement here, so it was obviously just an open space. After landing, Yang Kai used his divine sense to connect with the Black Book space and communicated with the divine tree for a while before releasing his divine sense. In the next moment, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was greatly reduced, and a golden light flashed in front of Yang Kai as the 70-meter-tall divine tree suddenly appeared. Yang Kai was secretly startled, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He found that he had underestimated the amount of spiritual energy it would take to release the divine tree. When he had taken the divine tree into the Black Book space, his spiritual energy had been completely exhausted and his knowledge sea had completely dried up. If it weren't for the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, his soul would have been damaged. Even so, it had taken him a long time to recover. Yang Kai's current strength was far from what it used to be, so he thought that releasing the divine tree would be a simple matter. How could he have imagined that the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea would be reduced by more than half in an instant? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai smiled. While he had grown over the years, how could the divine tree not grow as well? The amount of spiritual energy required to release it would naturally be much greater than before, so this was not unexpected. As soon as the divine tree appeared, the human face on the trunk showed a joyful expression, its 2 eyes slowly turning as it looked around. After feeling the rich world energy aura here, a look of comfort appeared on its face as it boomed, "Good, good, good. The conditions here are simply too good." Yang Kai knew that this was the first time the divine tree had come into contact with the world energy in the star territory, which was why it was so happy. Compared to the mysterious small world it had lived in before, the difference in world energy here was like heaven and earth. There was simply no comparison. "I'm glad you like it." Yang Kai chuckled. "I won't put you in a specific place. You can walk wherever you want. But I have to tell you in advance that there are many barriers and spirit arrays set up here. If you rush in, it may be a bit troublesome, so pay more attention when you walk around. Don't be careless and get trapped by these spirit arrays." I can feel the traces of these spirit arrays. Don't worry, I won't rush in recklessly. The divine tree readily agreed. Soon after, the tentacle-like branches under its roots wriggled, causing the ground to churn. In the blink of an eye, the divine tree had actually taken root on the spot. A sound was emitted from its mouth, and its eyes were half closed in enjoyment. It appeared to be lazy. Yang Kai did not disturb it and simply waited quietly, letting it enjoy the joy of seeing the light of day again. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and said, "Right, 2 drops of my golden blood can help you evolve. What if you swallow some more?" The divine tree opened its eyes and showed a look of longing, but soon said, "Your golden blood should also be extremely precious. Although it will be of great help to my growth, I won't be able to evolve any further in the near future. Swallowing it will only make me stronger, so there's no need to rush. When you have more golden blood in the future, you can let me swallow it." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Although it's not much, giving you a drop for now won't be a problem." Saying so, Yang Kai directly forced out a drop of golden blood and flicked it towards the divine tree. The divine tree opened its mouth, swallowed it directly, and let out another roar, its big mouth wriggling as if it was still tasting the golden blood. After a while, the divine tree opened its eyes and said, "Good. I need to adapt for a few days. You can go about your business." "Good," Yang Kai nodded, and after exchanging a few more words with it, he left. Calling over the Haiku family cultivator, Yang Kai told them to take good care of the divine tree. When Yang Yin and Wu Yi returned, Yang Kai told them about the divine tree's existence. Presumably, they would take good care of it. After doing all this, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because his luck was unstoppable, but a month after the divine tree's evolution, the profound insect stone that Yang Kai had placed in his stone room began to move. All the soul-devouring insects had awakened, and the huge, profound insect stone had been consumed. After awakening, the soul-devouring insects seemed to have been fully nourished and had grown greatly. It could be described as a double blessing. Chapter 1264. Inside the cave mansion, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the spot, his face cloudy and his eyes seemingly empty and lifeless. His aura, however, was tumbling around his body, stirring up a violent storm with astonishing momentum. Not far away, from a hole in the ground, the stone mongoose poked its small head out to look at him, a look of surprise and doubt appearing on its charmingly naive face, seemingly unable to understand what was happening to Yang Kai. The artifact spirit had long since drilled into Yang Kai's body and disappeared. After seeing Yang Kai's eyes, the stone mongoose suddenly seemed to be frightened and shrank back into the hole, scrambling on all fours and fleeing several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. At this moment, if someone were to stand in front of Yang Kai and look into his eyes, they would discover that there was a faint 7-colored light flowing in the depths of his eyes. If one looked more carefully, they would discover that this 7-colored light was actually refracted from a lotus bud, as if 2 7-colored flower buds had sprouted in the depths of his eyes. Yang Kai still sat in place, time passing by little, and the 7-colored light emitted from his empty eyes seemed to grow stronger and stronger, more and more intense. Gradually, above Yang Kai's head, the phantom of a lotus bud also appeared. This lotus was shrouded in 7-colored light and looked extremely beautiful. As it rotated, a shocking wave of spiritual energy suddenly spread out in all directions. As Yang Kai's spiritual energy spread out, the phantom began to unfurl bit by bit, and petals of different colors slowly spread outwards, as if a shy woman was slowly taking off her clothes to reveal her alluring body. The entire process was extremely slow, but Yang Kai himself was completely unaware of it, his soul avatar immersed in his knowledge sea. He was immersed in the profound mysteries of the soul-warming lotus before it bloomed. After an unknown amount of time, when the 7-colored lotus had completely bloomed, the lotus had become incomparably huge, and its shadow had almost filled the entire cave residence. At this moment, the lotus phantom suddenly collapsed, turning into specks of fluorescent light that fluttered in the air like fireflies. Immediately after, under the guidance of some kind of force, these specks of light rushed towards Yang Kai and drilled into his body before disappearing. Yang Kai's body shook and his empty eyes instantly regained clarity, his expression extremely strange. He sat there motionlessly, deep in thought. Since the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution half a month ago, Yongkai had tested the power of the evolved soul-devouring insects. After being greatly satisfied, the soul-warming lotus actually completed its evolution and finally transformed into its final seven-colored form. What Yongkai did not expect was that the evolution of the soul-warming lotus would allow him to comprehend a miraculous soul skill. Although the soul-warming lotus was a precious treasure of heaven and earth that could nourish the soul, according to the records Yongkai had read, it did not allow a cultivator to comprehend a soul skill. Yongkai did not have time to think about this at the time and immediately immersed himself in comprehending the soul skill. Now that the soul-warming lotus had completed its evolution, Yongkai had thoroughly comprehended the soul skill. Only then did he have time to think about the reason. Since it was not the soul-warming lotus's work, then it was very likely that it was the colorless crystal inside the pool of soul-cleansing divine water. Yongkai had accidentally obtained the colorless crystal, but after the soul-warming lotus swallowed it, it began its evolution. Now that the colorless crystal had disappeared, the soul-warming lotus had successfully transformed into its seven-colored form. Yongkai reckoned that the soul skill he had comprehended this time was very likely related to the colorless crystal. Perhaps the crystal contained some profound mysteries that allowed him to comprehend this divine technique by chance. Although he had not tested it, Yongkai knew that this soul skill was extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his trump card. During this period of time, one good thing after another had happened. First, the divine tree had awakened from its slumber. Then the soul-devouring insects had completed their evolution, and now even the soul-warming lotus had turned into its seven-colored form. It seemed that good things had all happened to Yongkai. A few days ago, he was still worried about how to deal with the evolved soul-devouring insects, but now this problem was easily solved. Considering all this, Yongkai waved his hand to the side and caught a gray, misty object in his hand. This misty object was twisting and changing, making it look extremely strange. Although this mist was not very eye-catching, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that this gray mist was actually a cloud of tiny insects that were almost invisible to the naked eye. The soul-devouring insects were originally invisible to the naked eye, but after their evolution, they had gathered together to form this gray mist. The lethality of each soul-devouring insect had greatly increased. Yongkai estimated that they could now easily kill an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. Even if an origin-returning realm cultivator was infected, they would not be able to expel it in a short time. Yongkai wasn't afraid of them at all. Releasing his divine sense, he wrapped up this gray fog and pulled it into his knowledge sea. These soul-devouring insects also made a beeline for the island formed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, quickly settling down there. After such a long period of seclusion, Yongkai had done everything he could. Refining the artifact refining furnace, refining the dragon bone and dragon bead, refining the Lu Yin flying fire, enhancing the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea, comprehending the demon blood thread secret technique, and so on, Yongkai could not use the dragon bone and dragon bead for the time being, so he could only wait until they became useful to him. As for the golden blood thread secret technique, he had transformed from Demon Blood Temple's demon blood thread secret technique. Yongkai had only cultivated a single one. Although he had not yet used it against an enemy, Yongkai knew that its power was extraordinary. This kind of artifact refined using one's own golden blood was far more useful than any other weapon. Of the 8 Lu Yin flying fires, Yongkai had used 6 of them. As he had guessed, the Lu Yin flying fires could allow a cultivator to develop a variant divine sense and could indeed enhance the power of his conflagrated knowledge sea. However, after integrating the 5th Lu Yin flying fire, the enhancement effect was not so obvious, so Yongkai had kept 2 of them. Perhaps they would be of some use to him in the future. After more than a year of retreat, although Yongkai's cultivation had not changed much, his own combat effectiveness had risen to a whole new level. As for the golden blood thread and the newly comprehended soul skill, he could only wait for an opportunity to test their power in the future. It was time for Yongkai to come out of seclusion. On the path of cultivation, blindly cultivating behind closed doors was not an option. Although those who cultivated diligently increased their cultivation rapidly, their combat effectiveness did not match their realm. Yang Kai had been fighting his way up to this point since he began cultivating, so he was naturally familiar with this truth. Moreover, now he had no choice but to come out of seclusion, because someone had come to Dragon Cave Mountain a month ago and was waiting for him. However, the evolution of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was just around the corner, and Yang Kai needed to comprehend the new soul skill, so he had not been able to leave. Thinking of this person, Yang Kai frowned secretly, wondering why this other party was looking for him. With their friendship, it was strange for her to be so concerned about him. Thinking so, Yang Kai walked out of his cave mansion. A moment later, Yang Kai appeared outside and released his divine sense unscrupulously, quickly locating Yang Inflammation, Wu Yi, and the others. After sending them a message, Yang Kai went straight to a loft in front of him. A moment later, while Yang Kai was sitting inside the loft, tasting the spirit tea Yang Inflammation and the others had collected from somewhere, two beautiful figures flashed through the door. Naturally, it was the black-robed Yang Inflammation and the green-robed Wu Yi. Both women smiled happily, as if something good had happened, and after seeing Yang Kai, they immediately trotted over. "You've finally come out of seclusion." Yang Inflammation looked Yang Kai up and down and found that he did not show any signs of becoming stronger, a somewhat strange look on her face. "And what happened that made you so happy?" Yang Kai took another sip of tea and asked. Wu Yi smiled and replied, "It's all because our Dragon Cave Mountain is becoming more and more famous. Many cultivator without the protection of a sect or family want to join. In the past, there weren't many people here, but over the past few months, a dozen or so people have come here every day to inquire, with the most being 30 a day, some of them even origin-returning realm masters. Elder Sister Yang Inflammation and I were discussing whether we should establish a small sect." "A small sect?" Yang Kai glared at her angrily. "Aren't you thinking too simply? We don't have any masters here, so what kind of sect can we establish? Moreover, the reason we can stay here safely is because of Qian Tong's care. If one day Qian Tong loses power or falls in a battle, do you think Shadow Moon Hall will let us grow under its nose?" Hearing what Yang Kai said, the smile on Wu Yi's face suddenly disappeared and she hesitated for a moment before saying, "That can't be, right? Elder Qian seems to have a lot of power in Shadow Moon Hall, second only to the Temple Master. Anything is possible, especially for these great forces. Although they usually have no problems, once something happens internally, there will be great turmoil. Even those who seem impossible to fall may encounter some kind of mishap. Moreover, although Qian Tong has been good to us, I don't want to always rely on his prestige and shelter us under his wings, otherwise, we'll always feel inferior. Without a third-order origin returning realm master here, there's no need to think about establishing a small sect." Wu Yi frowned and thought about it carefully before nodding. "What you said makes sense. I was thinking too simply." Yang Kai had the idea of establishing a sect because he wanted to pave the way for the people from Tongxian realm, but now was definitely not the time. The current idea must have been put forward by Wu Yi. Yang Kai only cared about artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays, so he didn't care about such things. However, Wu Yi's Haika family wasn't very big, so naturally, she didn't think too much about it, thinking that with Qian Tong's protection, Dragon Cave Mountain would be safe all year round. "What about those who came? Did they all refuse?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "Naturally, they refused. You were in retreat, so we didn't dare make any decisions," Wu Yi nodded. "That's good." Yang Kai rubbed his chin before suddenly raising his head and asking, "Did Dai Yuan from Colored Glass Sect say why she wanted to see me?" Chapter 1265. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled ambiguously. "I don't know. She hasn't had much contact with anyone since she came here. It seems she doesn't like to communicate with others. I've gone to see her a few times, but I've never been able to say anything to her. However, every time she asks about you, he, just like Wei Guchong, she had also misunderstood him." Yang Kai was too lazy to explain and instead wore a sad expression as he said, "Forget it. I'll go see her. If there's nothing important, she shouldn't have come here." With that said, he walked straight out. He had wanted to inquire about some information from Wu Yi and Yang Yin so he could be prepared, But he hadn't expected that even though they had been here for an entire month, she wouldn't reveal the slightest bit of her purpose for coming here. Yang Kai secretly felt a headache coming on. Dai Yuan didn't seem like the kind of person who would come here for no reason. Since she had come here, she definitely had something to ask of him. If this was really just a chance encounter, Yang Kai could simply refuse. But this woman's relationship with Wei Guchong and Dong Xin'er wasn't shallow, and she had also spent some time with him in the Lu Yan desert, so if he refused too bluntly, it wouldn't look good on him. Yang Kai could only ask her what she wanted from him before deciding what to do next. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of another exquisite loft 1,000 meters away. He had used his divine sense to investigate this place in advance, so he naturally knew that Dai Yuan lived in this loft. At this moment, Dai Yuan's aura was stable, and she seemed to be meditating. Yang Kai could only call out loudly, "Lady Dai Yuan, Yang Kai is here." The stable aura fluctuated for a moment before Dai Yuan's pleasantly surprised voice called out from inside the loft, "Junior brother Yang, please come in." Dai Yuan is currently in the middle of circulating her secret art, so it is inconvenient for her to greet you immediately. Please wait a moment. I will come down after finishing my cultivation. Yang Kai gently nodded before striding inside. The lofts here were divided into 2 floors. When Wu Yi and the others built them, they had considered that the people who lived here would need to receive guests, so the first floor was generally used to entertain guests, while the second floor was where the owner of the loft would meditate and cultivate. Yang Kai entered the first floor of the attic and found a chair to sit down. After all, this was his territory. He really calculated it. Dai Yuan was the guest here, so there was no need for him to be polite. After waiting quietly for a while, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs and Dai Yuan walked down in a light blue palace dress. There was a smile on his face. That palace dress outlined her perfect figure incisively and vividly. Curvy front and curvy back. Her waist was slender and graceful. Yang Kai looked at her, and a trace of pity flashed through his eyes. This was because if this woman was not a beauty, she would definitely be a stunner. Unfortunately, she was born with a flaw that greatly reduced her charm. Although this strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes, it was still noticed by Dai Yuan. This woman was quite intelligent, so how could she not understand what Yang Kai was feeling regretful about? Her heart was as clear as a mirror, but her face remained expressionless. After apologizing, she sat down on the chair next to Yang Kai. With a wave of her jade white hand, the ring on her finger flashed, and a plate of exquisite spirit fruits appeared on the table. This is a purple mist fruit I picked from Colored Glass Sect's Purple Mist Mountain. On Shadowed Star, no other place besides my Colored Glass Sect has this kind of spirit fruit. Although it is not as good as the spirit fruits and spirit medicines in Lu Yan's desert, it is of great help to any cultivator in purifying their Saint Qi. Junior brother Yang, if you don't mind, you should try it, Dai Yuan introduced with a smile, an expectant look on her face. Yang Kai grinned. Since Sister Dai Yuan is so considerate, this Yang won't be polite. Although he was secretly grumbling in his heart, he knew that this woman definitely had some business with him. So he picked up one of the small purple fruits and examined it carefully. Although this was the first time Yang Kai had heard of this purple mist fruit, just by looking at its purple aura and the fragrance it gave off, it was obvious that it was not something ordinary people could eat in Colored Glass Sect. Since Dai Yuan had brought it here specifically, he naturally had to try it. Tossing the small purple fruit into his mouth and chewing it a few times, Yang Kai immediately felt a sweet taste in his mouth, causing his brow to rise slightly. The taste of this thing was extremely good, and the sweetness seemed to go straight to his mind, making him feel very comfortable. After swallowing the purple mist fruit, Yang Kai felt a warm current spread from his abdomen and quickly spread to his limbs and bones, purifying his Saint Qi. Although the effect was not great, it did have some effect. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply picked up another purple mist fruit and ate it. After eating 3 in a row, he began to praise. Seeing this expression on his face, Dai Yuan was also very happy. Next, Yang Kai and Dai Yuan chatted about what had happened after Lu Yan's departure from each other in the desert, and for a time, both host and guest were quite happy. However, what made Yang Kai depressed was that Dai Yuan seemed to have come here just to chat with him, not mentioning a single word about her purpose. In any case, whatever Yang Kai said, she had something to say. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, as if two old friends who had not seen each other for many years were talking about their lives. And with Dai Yuan's sweet laughter from time to time passed by quickly. 2 hours later, Yang Kai couldn't hold himself back and lightly coughed. What matter does Lady Dai Yuan have for coming to Dragon Cave Mountain? If there is anything this Yang can help with, please speak clearly. As long as it is within the scope of this Yang's ability, this Yang will not refuse. Yang Kai didn't speak too confidently. If it wasn't something important and he didn't want to waste too much time, he would help her if he could. But if Dai Yuan asked him to do something dangerous, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. He didn't want to make too many enemies on Shadowed Star. Just Lu Yi from Flowing Cloud Valley was enough to give him a headache. Yang Kai also didn't know why this guy named Lu Yi was targeting him, causing him to be confused. After fighting with him in the third layer of Lu Yin's sandfield, although he had managed to cut off one of his arms with his space blade, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully until such a person died. When Yang Kai asked this question, Dai Yuan immediately fell silent, biting her red lips lightly, as if she was hesitant to speak. Yang Kai didn't urge her, and simply sat down and waited quietly, at the same time feeling quite vigilant. Seeing Dai Yuan so hesitant, it seemed that what she wanted him to help her with was not a small matter. Yang Kai was already considering what words he could use to refuse her. At that moment, though, Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and stared at Yang Kai with her pair of eyes that shone like stars, saying something earth-shattering. Junior brother Yang is an origin grade alchemist, right? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a light flashed across them, but he soon smiled and asked, "Why does Sister Dai Yuan ask such a question?" No one on Shadowed Star knew that he was an origin grade alchemist, not even Yang Yun or Wu Yi. Yang Kai had told them about it before, but neither of them took it seriously, thinking that Yang Kai was just joking. How did Dai Yuan know? The fact that Dragon Cave Mountain had an origin-grade artifact refiner was enough to make people jealous, but if it weren't for the numerous spirit arrays and Qian Tong's protection, how could Dragon Cave Mountain have remained stable until now? If news of another origin-grade alchemist were to spread, it was hard to say what kind of uproar it would cause. Junior brother Yang, there is no need to deny it. Since I said so, I must have my reasons. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and brushed her hair behind her ear. Dai Yuan smiled lightly, reached out her hand, and brushed her hair back behind her ear, staring back at him without flinching. But you can rest assured, besides me, no one else knows about this matter. If junior brother Yang feels uneasy, you can kill me here to silence me. Before I left Colored Glass Sect, I didn't tell anyone I was coming here, and I did my best to conceal my whereabouts. So even if I die here, only a few people here will know. You don't need to worry about Colored Glass Sect coming for revenge. Killing her to silence her was something Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do. If Dai Yuan was an enemy, he wouldn't have any concerns, but he had no grievances with her, so he couldn't kill her just because she knew he was an origin-grade alchemist, right? Moreover, Dai Yuan had already said so much, even going so far as to propose killing him to silence him, which was enough to show her sincerity. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he pondered for a moment before frowning and asking, "How did you know?" "You really are?" Dai Yuan's calm eyes suddenly flashed with a look of pleasant surprise as she stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling bitterly, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. Girl is quite insidious. This Yang understands. Up until now, how could he not see that Dai Yuan's words just now were nothing more than a bluff? When he saw her speak so confidently before, Yang Kai thought he had really been exposed. But now, it seemed the other party was just suspecting him. Yang Kai estimated that if he had just denied it, the other party would no longer have any doubts. Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly, stood up, and politely bowed to Yang Kai, apologizing, "Junior brother Yang, I'm sorry. I could only come up with this plan because I really can't be certain about this matter. If you feel angry, why don't you scold me a few times?" "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that Dai Yuan was trying to resolve his grievances, but he had fallen into someone else's trap because of a moment of carelessness, so how could he scold her? "Many thanks, junior brother Yang. Master's magnanimity." Dai Yuan thanked him before sitting down again. "But how do you know I'm an origin-grade alchemist?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "I only know you're an alchemist, As for what grade you are, I don't know. Dai Yuan lowered her head and smiled, seemingly in a good mood. That's strange enough. Yang Kai looked at her, hoping she could explain. It's very simple. Because of some special reasons, I am very sensitive to medicinal fragrances and pills, and junior brother Yang always has a variety of pill fragrances lingering around you. So I know you're an alchemist. Even now, you're also giving off a pill fragrance. If I'm not mistaken, you should have refined an origin condensing pill and blood jasmine pill, right? Moreover, that was at least half a year ago. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Chapter 1266. Yang Kai had heard of some people who could smell a woman's fragrance, but he had never heard of anyone who could smell the medicinal and pill fragrances of others. On top of that, what Dai Yuan just said was true. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai really did refine origin condensing pills and blood jasmine pills. Of course, there were also some other pills that Dai Yuan had refined, but perhaps because the pill fragrances had dissipated too long ago, Dai Yuan couldn't smell them or simply didn't mention them. This special ability surprised Yang Kai greatly. Of course, based on this alone, I can't judge that junior brother Yang is an origin-grade alchemist. It is also possible that there is such a powerful master here and junior brother Yang has been around him for a long time, allowing him to emit a pill fragrance. However, Dai Yuan smiled mysteriously. Since I came here a month ago, I have found that there seems to be no such master here. Moreover, the healing pills you gave to the disciples of Shadow Moon Hall and me in Lu Yan's desert were clearly freshly refined pills. So Dai Yuan boldly guessed that junior brother Yang was the alchemist. Each of those pills was of extraordinary quality, so the level of the person who refined them was obviously not low. Yang Kai didn't deny it this time. Dai Yuan having such a strange ability was useless even if he denied it, but at the same time, Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, only Dai Yuan had such an ability. It was impossible for others to infer that Yang Kai was an origin-grade alchemist from this information. Dai Yuan also seemed to be a trustworthy person, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that she would betray him. Considering all this, Yang Kai's heart calmed down slightly and he smiled warmly. Sister Dai Yuan must first confirm this Yang's identity as an alchemist. Could it be that you want me to help you with alchemy? He could only make such a guess, and if this was the case, everything could be explained. However, Dai Yuan slowly shook her head. It's not alchemy, but it is indeed related to alchemy. Otherwise, I would not have come here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although I don't know what you want me to do, on Shadowed Star, there should be more than one person who can help you. I won't lie to Sister Dai Yuan. I am just an origin-grade low-rank alchemist. Your status in Colored Glass Sect doesn't seem to be low. So is there no origin-grade alchemist in Colored Glass Sect? And even if the Colored Glass Sect didn't have it, couldn't he ask the Grandmasters of Medicine Pill Sect to take action? Every one of them has attainments in alchemy that I can't compare to. Yang Kai also learned about it last time. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 origin-grade alchemists, each of whom was highly respected. What's more, Colored Glass Sect was a huge sect. It was impossible for there not to be an alchemist of this level. At the very least, there would be one. But she actually went so far for what was close at hand. Running all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to find him made Yang Kai feel quite strange. If I could, why would I embarrass junior brother Yang? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. There is indeed a Grandmaster Shao in the sect who is an origin-grade alchemist, but Dai Yuan really has some difficulties and cannot ask Grandmaster Shao to take action. Grandmaster Shao? Yang Kai raised his brow as a kind face appeared in his mind, recalling Shao Fu Sheng from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai hadn't expected this alchemist from Colored Glass Sect to also be surnamed Shao. As for the seniors of Medicine Pill Sect, Dai Yuan frowned. 4 of them have the same reasons as Grandmaster Shao, so it is inconvenient for me to ask them. The last one is a suitable candidate, but unfortunately, the price to pay is too great. Dai Yuan does not have the ability to do so. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement. This woman's strength was not low, and her methods were not ordinary. Yang Kai had thought that she would be highly valued and cultivated in Colored Glass Sect, but from her words, Yang Kai smelled something unusual. Dai Yuan did not seem to be the same as he had thought. In Colored Glass Sect, she could call for wind and call for rain. Thinking back to the mountain valley in the 3rd layer of the Lu Yin sandfield, While waiting for the red candle fruit to ripen, several nearby colored glass sect disciples clearly saw Dai Yuan but did not greet her. From beginning to end, Dai Yuan had acted alone, with no other colored glass sect disciples accompanying her. The difference in treatment between her and In Su Dai was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he understood something. So, the only one I can find is junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, her stars-like eyes revealing a pleading look. Yang Kai's brow twitched and he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you tell me what you want me to help you with?" Dai Yuan bit her lip and said awkwardly, "Before junior brother Yang agrees, it is really inconvenient for me to tell you." Yang Kai's face sank as he became a little disgruntled. This woman had come to him for help but was being so vague. Even if Yang Kai had a good impression of her, he wouldn't foolishly agree to this kind of thing. Just as he was about to refuse, Dai Yuan hurriedly said, "But I can guarantee that it will definitely be within junior brother Yang's ability and won't require you to waste too much time and energy. If everything goes well, it will only take 3 days. After that, Dai Yuan will definitely reward you handsomely." Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this kind of reward. Dai Yuan didn't even have the ability to invite an elder from Medicine Pill Sect, so how could she possibly have anything good to offer him? However, if it only took 3 days and didn't require too much effort, Yang Kai could consider it. But Dai Yuan looked at Yang Kai cautiously, as if she didn't have the confidence to convince him, weakly saying, "If junior brother Yang agrees, you must return to colored glass sect with me." Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at her, but Dai Yuan didn't say a word, simply biting her thin lip and waiting for Yang Kai's reply. After a while, Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Allow me to consider this matter. The scenery here on Dragon Cave Mountain is quite good, so if Dai Yuan has nothing to do, you can walk around freely. As for what you asked for, I will give you an answer in 3 days." Dai Yuan's eyes dimmed as she knew that Yang Kai was already giving her face by not directly refusing her. The evasiveness in his tone was so obvious. How could Dai Yuan not understand? The other party saying that he would give her an answer in 3 days was likely a waste of time. Sighing faintly, although she was full of disappointment, Dai Yuan still squeezed out a smile. Then Dai Yuan will wait for junior brother Yang's good news. Immediately, Yang Kai said goodbye to her and left the loft. After Yang Kai left, Dai Yuan turned around and walked up to the second floor, her brow furrowed in worry. How could she not know that she had made things difficult for Yang Kai this time? Since she had come here to ask him for a favor, naturally she should make things clear. But there were some things that she couldn't say out loud. Dai Yuan was thinking of leaving quietly so as not to embarrass Yang Kai and embarrass herself by refusing 3 days later, but for some reason, she decided to stay and wait for 3 days. Perhaps it was because there was still a trace of expectation in her heart. Yang Kai left the loft and walked back with a depressed expression. It was only because Dai Yuan had proposed this that Yang Kai didn't embarrass her on the spot. If it had been anyone else, Yang Kai wouldn't have even bothered to speak. Returning to the original loft, to Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Yin and Wu Yi hadn't left yet. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for him to come back, standing at the entrance of the loft like a beautiful scenery. Yang Kai thought that these two women would gossip about him, but unexpectedly they didn't ask anything and just watched as he passed by them. Entering the loft, Yang Yin and Wu Yi followed. Immediately, Yang Yin pulled out a token from somewhere. This token was exactly the same as the one she had given Yang Kai, and after pouring her Saint Chi into it, a ray of light shot out from it. In the next moment, the entire loft seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier that not only isolated sound and sight, but also suppressed one's divine sense. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. Yang Yin walked over with a grin on her face and sat down in a chair next to him, exchanging a glance with Wu Yi before asking, "Are you not going to agree?" Yang Kai's expression became even more shocked as he glanced between Yang Yin and Wu Yi. After seeing the light in the eyes of these two women, he immediately understood. "Were you eavesdropping?" Wu Yi blushed but didn't try to explain, apparently admitting to it. Yang Yin, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and calmly said, "What eavesdropping? I was just testing the power of a newly developed spirit array." "What kind of spirit array has such an effect?" Yang Kai was surprised. When he was talking with Dai Yuan just now, he didn't notice any trace of their conversation being eavesdropped on. But now, the spirit array arranged by Yang Yin was simply incredible. You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Just use this. Yang Yin waved her hand and took out a palm-sized, disc-shaped object. This black disc was made of some unknown material, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh as he heard Dai Yuan's soft sigh coming from this disc. However, other than this sound, there was no other reaction. Obviously, this disc was used in conjunction with the spirit array in the loft to monitor sound. Yang Kai really didn't know when Yang Yin had arranged this spirit array, but it was likely she had done so a long time ago and was just waiting for a guest to arrive so she could test its effects. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at Yang Yin and asked, "My cave mansion doesn't have such a thing, right?" "No," Yang Yin denied, her small head shaking like a rattle. "Why would I arrange such a thing in your cave?" Yang Kai nodded gently, expressing satisfaction, but his expression suddenly became serious as he reprimanded, "What a disgrace! Don't do such a despicable thing again. If someone sees through it, I'd like to see how you'll clean up the mess." Yang Yin and Wu Yi glanced at each other and couldn't help sticking out their tongues. Yang Kai quickly changed the subject and said, "But since you've already eavesdropped, you should understand that I won't agree to such a thing. Why do you seem to have different opinions?" Chapter 1267. Yang Kai was full of suspicions. According to Wu Yi, Dai Yuan had closed herself up in seclusion since coming here. Even if Wu Yi had taken the initiative to visit her a few times, they hadn't had much interaction. However, as soon as he returned, Yang Yin had immediately asked him for an answer. Obviously, she was very concerned about this matter. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering if she wanted him to go to Colored Glass Sect. These two women in front of him had no friendship with Dai Yuan, so there was no need for them to speak up for her, right? Yang Yin heard this and nodded without hesitation. "If possible, I naturally want you to agree to her request." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Yin for a moment before faintly asking, "Speak your mind. You shouldn't be so sympathetic. What are you scheming?" Yang Yin smiled mysteriously. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I'm scheming. But let's talk about the gains and losses of agreeing to her request first. She said that what she wants you to do will only take 3 days at most, and it should be within your ability. If what she said is true, then no matter what it is, it shouldn't be difficult for you. The only trouble is that you will have to make a trip to Colored Glass Sect." Yang Kai nodded lightly and didn't interrupt, motioning for her to continue. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any disgust, Yang Yan's spirit shook and she continued, "Let's not consider her offer of a reward for the time being. With your current net worth, I'm afraid the reward she offers you won't even enter your eyes. So helping her with this favor won't bring me any benefits. Moreover, running to someone else's sect isn't appropriate. If Dai Yuan's status was the same as In Su Dai's, it wouldn't be a big deal. But from what I can see, she doesn't seem to be very favored in Colored Glass Sect." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Yang Yin smiled. "About her, I was curious before, so I inquired about her with Wu Yi. Can you guess what we learned?" "What?" Yang Kai looked up at them. This time, Wu Yi spoke up. "As you guessed, this Dai Yuan really wasn't very favored in Colored Glass Sect, but that only happened in the last decade or so. Do you know who the most outstanding and famous disciple of Colored Glass Sect was? Dai Yuan? That's right. In the past, in Colored Glass Sect, Dai Yuan had suppressed In Su Dai, but for some reason, In Su Dai had been suppressed. Dai Yuan suddenly disappeared from the sight of Colored Glass Sect's upper echelons. Instead, In Su Dai had replaced her, which was why In Su Dai was able to become the representative of Colored Glass Sect's younger generation and make a name for herself. What exactly had happened in there? We don't know. However, the elders of Colored Glass Sect seem to have a love-hate relationship with Dai Yuan. The cultivation resources and accommodation provided to her were not inferior to In Su Dai's, but there was no deliberate effort to cultivate her. It's a strange feeling. It really is strange. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He had never fought with In Su Dai, but he had seen Dai Yuan fight before. He felt that Dai Yuan was a very strong Saint King realm cultivator. Although she had been bullied by a cultivator from heaven battling Union in the Lu Yen desert, that was only because she was angry and had acted recklessly. If it had been a real fight, Dai Yuan wouldn't have been afraid of that person. However, there was still a certain gap between her and Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, and Wei Guchang, something Yang Kai could also see. If I help her, what can I gain or lose? I don't think I'll gain anything, but I also won't lose anything. Yang Kai shot Yang Yun a strange look. Wu Yi giggled. As long as you won't lose anything, that's enough. As for what you'll gain, heh, selling her a favor will be a small gain. After all, she was very favored many years ago, so who knows when she will rise again. When that time comes, making friends with such a woman will be helpful to our future development. Besides, elder sister Yang Yun seems to have some other plans. Yang Kai couldn't help turning his eyes to Yang Yun. Yang Yun gently nodded and asked, "Have you heard of Colored Glass Sect's Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain?" Yang Kai shook his head honestly. He wasn't very familiar with the great forces on Shadowed Star, let alone what they possessed, but Yang Yun specifically mentioning this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain seemed to be quite extraordinary. Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a naturally occurring mountain formed from thousand illusion colored glass. It is located in the territory of Colored Glass Sect, and because of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain, Colored Glass Sect chose to establish its sect there. On the other hand, Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is a precious artifact refining treasure that has many transformative and self-repairing functions. I need this kind of thing, and a lot of it at that, Yang Yun said seriously. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Even if you say so, I can't help it. Since Colored Glass Sect established its sect there because of this Colored Glass Mountain, it's impossible for their elders to give me this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass, right? Of course not, and we can't afford it. Yang Yun snorted. You don't know, but this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain is a famous existence on Shadowed Star. Colored Glass Sect uses this mountain as its array core to arrange a large spirit array that emits colored glass divine light. It has the effect of binding one's body and capturing one's soul. It is said that a great disaster for Colored Glass Sect was resolved by this Colored Glass Mountain. Moreover, this mountain is a huge hole. It is extremely difficult to cut off a small amount of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass from it. Even Colored Glass Sect can only obtain a small amount every few decades. Most of this Thousand Illusion Colored Glass is kept by Colored Glass Sect while the other half is sold. Every time, the various great forces would go crazy over it. The price is so high that it makes one's hair stand on end. Now that we are so poor, how can we afford such a thing? You're so poor again? Yang Kai was shocked. He remembered that the last time he came out, he had heard from the Haiku family cultivator that Yang Yun and Wu Yi had gone to an auction to sell some artifacts. Although Yang Kai didn't know how many Saint Crystals they had sold, he was certain it wasn't a small number. So how could they have spent all the Saint Crystals they had obtained? Yang Yun wore an embarrassed look. The amount of materials needed to arrange this spirit array is too huge, and you forbade us from continuing to sell artifacts, so we have no source of income. Naturally, we're just sitting around and eating. Even if we're poor, we can't sell artifacts. Yang Kai's face became solemn as he quickly said, "At least, we can't sell them until we're strong enough." I know, Yang Yun pouted. Yang Yun pouted unhappily. According to her idea, she could directly refine 100 or so high-grade artifacts and hold a special auction for them, alleviating the current embarrassment. But with Yang Kai's order and Wu Yi's persuasion, she didn't carry out this crazy plan. Let's continue talking about the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. What exactly do you want to do? How do you want me to obtain the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass under the nose of Colored Glass Sect? Yang Yun grinned meaningfully, clapped her hands, and called out, "Xiao Xiao." As soon as she called out, a gray figure suddenly rushed in from the outside and stood motionless in front of the three of them, his hands touching his knees as he stared innocently towards Yang Yun. It was Yang Kai's stone mongoose. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding what Yang Yun was planning. Xiao Xiao can even ignore the spirit array I arranged, so breaking through Colored Glass Sect is naturally not a problem. I don't believe that Colored Glass Sect's spirit array is better than the one I arranged. As long as you bring it into colored glass sect, heh. When the time comes, Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain will definitely be empty. After Yang Kai heard this, cold sweat dripped down his back for a moment. Colored glass sect had committed a sin. What was so bad about it? How could there be something like Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain? They probably thought that Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain was protected by many layers of sect defending arrays, so not even a fly could fly in. But how could they have imagined that a heaven-defying existence like the stone mongoose existed in this world? As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, be afraid of thieves remembering, and Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain had been targeted by Yang Yun. The stone mongoose naturally liked to devour rare ores, and since Thousand Illusion colored glass could be used for artifact refining, it was definitely one of those ores that the stone mongoose liked. The stone mongoose came and went without a trace, not giving off any life aura. Presumably, even a third-order origin returning realm master wouldn't be able to detect its existence. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to release the stone mongoose and obtain some Thousand Illusion colored glass? Perhaps when Yang Kai left colored glass sect with the stone mongoose, the elders of colored glass sect wouldn't even notice that Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain was missing. I've wanted that Thousand Illusion colored glass for a long time now, but unfortunately I've never had a chance. Now that someone has taken the initiative to invite you over, this is the best opportunity I've ever had, Yang Yin said as she looked at Yang Kai eagerly. What do you want to refine with the Thousand Illusion colored glass? Yang Kai was still worried and asked with a frown. After all, if he ran into someone else's sect to steal something, once exposed, he would be hated. If what Yang Yun wanted to refine wasn't important, Yang Kai didn't want to offend him. I want to refine a treasure. Yang Yun smiled mysteriously but didn't explain, simply saying, it's not convenient for me to say right now because I don't have enough knowledge about artifact refining and spirit arrays, but I can tell you that this thing will be of great use to you and definitely won't disappoint you. When the time comes to refine it, you will definitely rejoice at the choice you made. Another thing that can't be said. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't know what was wrong with these women today, but when they spoke, it was hard to keep him in suspense, making him gnash his teeth in anger but unable to do anything about it. Then are you going to colored glass sect or not? I'll think about it. Although Yang Kai was also somewhat tempted, this wasn't a trivial matter, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Come on. Yang Yun begged, pulling out something from her ring and waving it in front of Yang Kai. We'll go look for this on the way. If we're lucky, it may be able to alleviate our current predicament. Yang Kai looked at the thing in her hand, and his expression couldn't help changing. Big brother Yang, you should agree to big sister Yang Yun's request. Moreover, I see that you've been in seclusion for quite some time now, so it's time you go out and relax. Perhaps you'll gain something else from this trip. We also tried to persuade him, but her words were much more clever. Unlike Yang Yun, she didn't try to be as direct as Yang Kai's and instead focused on his cultivation. Chapter 1268. All of Dragon Cave Mountain had always been peaceful and quiet because there weren't many cultivators living here, only a few dozen at most. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were all extremely diligent and spent most of their time in retreat. Only the cultivator who stood guard would walk around from time to check the situation around Dragon Cave Mountain. Today was the 3-day deadline she had agreed to meet with Yang Kai. Dayuan woke up from her meditation at dawn and sat down restlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yang Kai's figure. Although she knew this was probably an extravagant hope, she still held on to it. The sun had already risen, and its warm rays added a touch of hazy beauty to Dragon Cave Mountain. This place was indeed a good place to cultivate one's mind and soul, not much worse than Yang Kai's Thousand Illusion Peak in colored glass sect. She really didn't know how these people had managed to transform an ordinary mountain range into something like this. She had heard that no one cared about this place before, but now it had become a famous cultivation holy land in the vicinity. Many cultivators who didn't belong to any sect had come here because of its reputation, wanting to join this place and find a place to stay. However, the cultivator here did not accept outsiders, nor did they have any intention of developing and growing, simply living and cultivating on their own. This was a wise approach. After all, this place was still under the nose of Shadow Moon Hall. If they really had the intention to develop and grow, Shadow Moon Hall would definitely not sit idly by. Considering all this, Dai Yuan couldn't help laughing. With Yang Kai here, with his shrewdness and means, he would definitely not dig his own grave. Dai Yuan's worries were groundless. After thinking about this for a while, her mood calmed down greatly. Looking up at the sky, the sun was already high up in the sky, but looking down again, there was no sign of the figure she was hoping to see. Dai Yuan sighed faintly, knowing that she had probably waited in vain. She didn't feel any resentment or unwillingness, just a bitter smile appearing on her face. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her expression suddenly changed and she turned back again. In an instant, Dai Yuan's eyes lit up with both surprise and joy as she stared down at the figure who had appeared at some unknown time below. Lady Dai Yuan, good morning. Yang Kai stood below and greeted her with a smile. Dai Yuan froze in place for a moment, but soon her expression returned to normal and she gently nodded to Yang Kai. Junior brother Yang, good morning as well. Please wait a moment, I'll be right down. Saying so, she quickly turned around and walked down the stairs. Although her expression was calm, her slightly disorderly steps revealed her nervousness at the moment. She didn't know what answer Yang Kai would give her. If he said he would refuse her, there was no need for him to come here so early in the morning, right? Moreover, his evasiveness from a few days ago was very obvious, so even if Kai Yang rejected her, she wouldn't be surprised. But if he said he would accept her, why would he accept her? Dai Yuan's Yang to herself. With such thoughts running through her mind, Dai Yuan soon arrived on the first floor of the loft. After seeing Yang Kai, she stared straight at him, not knowing what to say for a while. Does Lady Dai Yuan have anything to pack? If not, we'll be on our way. Yang Kai said with a warm smile on his face. Huh. Dai Yuan froze up and froze in place. Yang Kai chuckled and said, What's wrong? Didn't Lady Dai Yuan want to go with you to Colored Glass Sect? Could it be that the scenery of Dragon Cave Mountain made Lady Dai Yuan forget to return? If that's the case, you might as well stay here for a few more days. No. Dai Yuan reacted and quickly waved her hands, her eyes filling with surprise. Although the scenery here is good, I'm not in the mood to appreciate it. It's just that Lady Dai Yuan is wondering why I agreed to go with you. Yang Kai looked at Dai Yuan with a smile, revealing the doubts in her heart. Dai Yuan's expression was a little awkward. She had originally asked Yang Kai to go with her to Colored Glass Sect, but now that he had agreed, she was still feeling suspicious. It's very simple. Yang Kai had already prepared an excuse and immediately said, After returning from Lu Yin Desert, I entered retreat for half a year and felt that it was time to go out and walk around. Now that I have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I naturally don't want to remain behind closed doors. On top of that, you should be familiar with my origins, so I am quite curious about the various great sects on Shadowed Star. Now that I have such an opportunity to get close to them, I naturally don't want to miss it and broaden my horizons. Hearing this, Dai Yuan's doubts disappeared and she smiled. So that's how it is. However, although our Colored Glass Sect is not weak on Shadowed Star, in terms of prestige and influence, we are inferior to Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect. If Junior Brother Yang has the opportunity to visit Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect, he will understand the shortcomings of our Colored Glass Sect. However, Junior Brother Yang has actually reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Your aptitude is truly amazing. Dai Yuan's words were heartfelt. When she and Yang Kai were together in Lu Yin Desert, Yang Kai was only a First-Order Saint King. Although she didn't know what happened to Yang Kai after they separated that allowed him to break through to the Second-Order Saint King realm, the fact that he had now reached the peak of the Second-Order Saint King realm was simply too shocking. It seems that Junior Brother Yang obtained an opportunity in Lu Yin Desert that was not small. Otherwise, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly? Dai Yuan thought to herself. However, now that Yang Kai had reached a bottleneck, it was indeed time for him to walk around. Thinking so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, I don't have anything to pack, so let's set off. This place is not close to Colored Glass Sect, so even if we use the space array, it will take at least a month to arrive. It's fine. This trip is mainly for relaxation, so time isn't a problem. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm not going alone this time. Young Inflammation will also be coming with me. Is that convenient? Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject and asked, Sister Yang inflammation? There's nothing inconvenient about it. Dai Yuan heard this and immediately nodded, not hesitating in the slightest as she swept her eyes around. Sure enough, she saw Yang Yin standing not far away, wearing a black robe, like a delicate black flower. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, this senior sister of mine is quite interested in spirit arrays, so she insisted on coming with me to see your noble sect's spirit arrays in an attempt to learn something from them. You know, women, ahem. I can't win her over, so I can only bring her along. Yang Kai originally wanted to say that women like to pester endlessly, but as soon as these words left his mouth, he realized they were wrong and quickly swallowed them back down. Even so, Dai Yuan still shot him a reproachful look, causing him to feel quite embarrassed. For a moment, he had forgotten that Dai Yuan was also a woman. However, Yang Inflammation's identity to the outside world was Yang Kai's senior sister, something Yang Kai had mentioned to Qian Tong before. Dai Yuan readily agreed and Yang Kai did not hesitate, beckoning Yang Inflammation over. The three of them summoned their star shuttles, turned into streaks of light, and flew out of Dragon Cave Mountain. Although Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation had both left Dragon Cave Mountain, Wu Yi was still in charge. With the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation in advance and the token given to Wu Yi, as long as they did not encounter too powerful an attack, Dragon Cave Mountain would remain safe. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain had no enemies now, so naturally no one would think of attacking it. Soon, the three of them arrived at Heavenly Fate City. When Dai Yuan came here before, she had flown directly from Colored Glass Sect without using the space arrays of any city. So when she said to Yang Kai 3 days ago that no one knew she had come here, it was not a lie. No one knew she had come to Dragon Cave Mountain, not even Wei Guchong and Dong Xiner, who were in retreat. It was precisely because flying from Colored Glass Sect to Heavenly Fate City took so much time that Dai Yuan had come here a month ago. Fortunately, Shadow Moon Hall had a good relationship with Colored Glass Sect, and Dai Yuan had a certain status in Colored Glass Sect, so it was not difficult for the three of them to use Heavenly Fate City's space array. After paying a certain amount of Saint Crystals, the space array was immediately open to the three of them. After passing through the space arrays of several cities, Dai Yuan led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation on their star shuttles. The three of them moved as fast as lightning, but the journey was relatively boring. Dai Yuan was not a person who liked to communicate with others. If she had not asked Yang Kai for help, she would not have deliberately tried to befriend Yang Kai when they were in the Lu Yen Desert. Yang Inflammation also seemed to be afraid of strangers, always wearing a black robe, as if she was afraid others would see her face. As a result, besides Yang Kai saying a few words to them, the two women did not say a word and just hurried along. Seeing this, Yang Kai also fell silent and continued to refine the golden blood threads in his body while secretly urging his artifact spirit and the origin grade artifact refining furnace to speed up the process of refining the dragon bone and dragon bead. Along the way, he didn't waste any time and made full use of every bit of time he had. The more he refined his golden blood threads, the more interested he became in Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique. This secret technique seemed to have been tailor-made for him, but he had only managed to obtain half of it, a truly regrettable result. However, making friends with Demon Blood Temple disciple Ding Ning had given Yang Kai a chance to obtain the remaining half of the secret technique in the future, but that would have to wait until Yang Kai became stronger before he could do so. Time flew by, and as the trio hurried along, a month passed by in the blink of an eye. The journey was uneventful and uneventful. On this day, while Yang Kai was sitting atop his star shuttle, silently refining his golden blood threads and urging his artifact refining furnace, Dai Yuan, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped her star shuttle. Seeing this, Yang Kai also withdrew his divine sense and stood side by side with Yang Inflammation, staring forward with rapt attention. However, all they could see was a series of mountain ranges in front of them, nothing out of the ordinary. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he realized that Colored Glass Sect should be in this mountain range. Chapter 1269. We're almost there. 1,000 kilometers ahead of us is Colored Glass Sect's headquarters. Please follow me closely. Dai Yuan turned around and exhorted before immediately controlling her star shuttle to fly forward again. But this time, she didn't fly very fast and would change direction from time to time, seemingly trying to avoid some kind of barrier. Yang Kai was well aware of this. After all, colored glass sect's influence wasn't small, so it was only natural for them to set up a barrier around their sect, not to mention they had the financial resources and strength to do so. However, after looking at Yang Yin a little and noticing the disdain that flashed across her face, Yang Kai immediately understood that the barrier around this sect was extremely fragile and she didn't put it in her eyes at all. Of course, this was only true for Yang Yin. Although Yang Kai could also perceive some subtle energy fluctuations nearby, he couldn't see anything too specific. If he wanted to crack this barrier, the only thing he could do was use brute force. 1,000 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the trio flew into the mountain range Yang Kai had seen before. Here, Dai Yuan seemed to become much more enthusiastic, treating Yang Kai as a guest and flying side by side with him, taking the initiative to explain. This is the Grand Crystal Mountain Range controlled by our colored glass sect. It stretches for 100,000 kilometers and contains no less than 1,000 large and small peaks. Depending on the geographical location and world energy density of each peak, most of them are inhabited by elders and disciples of different levels of strength and status. There are also some peaks that are vacant and used for other purposes. The center of the Grand Crystal Mountain Range is where most of our colored glass sect's disciples gather. Many disciples choose to exchange cultivation experiences, trade items with others, or take on some tasks from the sect. Of course, there are also some who issue their own tasks. I also heard that some of these disciples will look for suitable candidates here and then travel together. It seems to be quite interesting. When Dai Yuan spoke of this, a look of longing appeared on her face. Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but when he saw the strange look on her face, he immediately understood that this woman, who seemed difficult to communicate with, seemed to be envious of others who could integrate into the life of a group. On top of that, inside colored glass sect, she was probably extremely lonely. Yang Kai felt a little sad but didn't say anything. Dai Yuan quickly restrained the look on her face and smiled. I live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Although it's not very lively, it's quite quiet, so it's not a bad place. Although Thousand Illusion Peak isn't big, it's enough for me to live alone. The world energy aura there isn't thin, so it can be considered a mid-level peak in the sect. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he stood high up in the sky, flying forward with Dai Yuan while looking around, taking in the scenery inside colored glass sect. Along the way, the large and small mountain peaks all had traces of colored glass sect's disciples. Some were cultivating martial skills, some were playing around, some were exchanging pointers with their fellow sect disciples, all of them full of vigor and vitality. Throughout the mountain peaks, magnificent buildings stood proudly, some exquisite, some magnificent, some grand, some grand, some grand, some magnificent, some exquisite, some grand, some magnificent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh to himself. Worthy of one of Shadowed Star's great forces, this kind of power was not something Dragon Cave Mountain could compare with. Although Dragon Cave Mountain's world energy aura was quite good and seemed to be thriving, compared to this Grand Crystal Mountain range, it seemed a little petty. If Colored Glass Sect was so magnificent, what about the other more powerful sects on Shadowed Star? Yang Kai had not been to the Shadow Moon Hall, but he estimated it wouldn't be any worse. I heard that your noble sect has a mysterious thousand illusion-colored glass mountain. May I know where it is? Yang Kai asked casually. Since he had come here for Colored Glass Mountain, naturally he had to determine its location first. While asking, Yang Kai looked around but found nothing. There was nothing particularly special about the peaks in his line of sight, so Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain shouldn't be here. Junior brother Yang actually knows about our Colored Glass Mountain? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Lady Dai Yuan must be joking. Although this Yang is a newcomer, the name of your noble sect's Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain is so resounding that this Yang has heard a thing or two about it. I heard that this mysterious mountain is entirely composed of thousand illusion-colored glass. Is that true? Hearing Yang Kai ask about Colored Glass Mountain, Dai Yuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look for some reason. After pondering for a while, she gently nodded, Our sect's 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is indeed made up of 1,000 illusion-colored glass, and it is a single piece. Its weight cannot be estimated. Although 1,000 illusion-colored glass is extremely precious, and everyone knows that our colored glass sect has such a treasure mountain, it is quite laughable that we can't even utilize 1/10,000th of its full potential, nor can we collect a large amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Only every few decades can we use some special methods to collect a small amount. This information was basically the same as what Yang Yun had told Yang Kai before, so Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Special methods to collect? Yang Kai asked casually. Dai Yuan showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "It seems I've asked something I shouldn't have. Sister Dai Yuan, please pretend you didn't hear me." Dai Yuan smiled apologetically. It's not that Dai Yuan doesn't want to tell you. It's just that this method is classified as one of the sect's core secrets, so no one can disclose it. Once it is disclosed, the punishment will be unimaginable. I hope junior brother Yang can forgive me. It's fine. This Yang was rude. Seemingly because of this matter, Dai Yuan felt somewhat apologetic. After thinking about it for a moment, she said, 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain isn't this way, but if we take a detour, we can take a look at it from a distance. If junior brother Yang doesn't mind, how about we take a trip there? She was obviously trying to make up for it, something Yang Kai couldn't ask for more, but on the surface, he still showed some hesitation and said, "Is there something wrong with this? 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is your noble sect's supreme treasure. If doing this will cause Sister Dai Yuan any trouble, then there's no need to go. In any case, I was just curious and wanted to broaden my horizons, haha." While Yang Kai was laughing dryly, Yang Inflammation quietly stood behind him and pinched him, clearly blaming Yang Kai. How could such a small action escape Dai Yuan's notice? Turning her beautiful eyes to Yang Inflammation with a smile, she said, "There's nothing wrong with it. It's just taking a look at it from a distance. Presumably, the martial uncles responsible for guarding it won't blame us. Brother Yang, please come with me." As he said this, he immediately changed direction and flew to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at Yang Inflammation before hurriedly following. Yang Inflammation stood in place and curled his lips, a look of indifference on his face. The group of three had not flown far when they were suddenly greeted by several blue streaks of light that flew straight towards them. Not long after, these blue streaks of light appeared in front of Yang Inflammation and the others. They were 3 men and 2 women, their cultivations not high, only 2 saints and 3 transcendents. This kind of cultivation was certainly second to none in Tongxian realm, but on Shadowed Star, it was nothing. After seeing Dai Yuan's face clearly, the 5 people couldn't help showing a trace of surprise, hurriedly cupping their fists and respectfully greeting. "So it is Martial Aunt Dai Yuan. Disciples greet Martial Aunt." Martial Aunt. Hearing them address her as such, Yang Kai, who was standing behind them, couldn't help showing a strange look on his face. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt relieved. Although Dai Yuan was a disciple of the younger generation of Colored Glass sect, that was only when compared to the top origin returning realm masters. With her cultivation and realm, she was indeed qualified to be the martial aunt of these 5 people. After exchanging greetings, the one who spoke began to look at Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. When he saw Yang Inflammation, he didn't show any expression, but after seeing Yang Kai, he actually showed a look of surprise. "Are the 5 of you responsible for guarding this area?" Dai Yuan nodded lightly and asked indifferently. "Reporting to Martial Ant, the area 50 kilometers around here is the area the 5 of us are responsible for," the leading cultivator replied. The leading cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "May I ask, Martial Uncle, these 2 they are my guests. You don't need to worry about them. If the elders ask, just answer like this." "Yes." The leading cultivator didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately led the other 4 out of the way. Dai Yuan didn't say a word as she led Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation past them. After the figures of Dai Yuan and the others disappeared, the 5 cultivators glanced at each other, all of them wearing looks of surprise and doubt. "Is that Martial Aunt Dai Yuan who lives on 1,000 Illusion Peak?" A woman in a light yellow dress who looked to be in her 20s asked. Yes, it is the one who lives on Thousand Illusion Peak. Didn't I hear that she was an outstanding beauty? How did she? Shuh. The cultivator in the lead suddenly glared fiercely at the woman, glancing around, and after confirming that there was no one around, he shouted, "You dare comment on this kind of thing at will? Do you not want to live anymore?" The woman's face paled, as if she had just remembered something and suddenly felt a little scared. The leading cultivator sighed slightly. "You guys entered the sect relatively late, so there are some things you've only heard hearsay and can't be considered true. However, don't inquire about these things rashly. Who knows if you'll violate some taboo, and in the future you'll never be able to stand out in the sect, understood?" Understood. The other four all nodded, showing looks of enlightenment on their faces. But Martial Ant Dai Yuan actually inviting a guest back is quite strange, the leading cultivator muttered to himself as he shook his head in confusion. One had to know that the one who lived on Thousand Illusion Peak never left the sect and rarely had any contact with others, let alone any sect disciple who was close to her, especially a male. For such a person to actually bring a male friend back, it was naturally suspicious. However, this was just a random thought. This kind of thing wasn't something he could ask too much about. He was just going to wait for the elders to ask about what had just happened and tell them the truth, then everything would be fine. Thinking so, he waved his hand and continued leading the other four cultivators to patrol the area. Chapter 1270. In front of him was a strange hill that was more than 600 feet tall. It was completely gray and barren, without a single blade of grass or tree, as if it was completely made up of gray rocks. This mountain was located in a valley surrounded by several other taller peaks. At first glance, this mountain didn't seem to have anything special about it, but when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that it was like a clay ox entering the sea, never to return. It was as if this mountain didn't exist at all, and he couldn't detect it with his divine sense. Not only that, but there was also an extremely strange power coming from inside this mountain that seemed to be trying to pull at his soul, giving him a terrifying feeling of being swallowed whole. So after releasing his divine sense for a moment, Yang Kai immediately withdrew it. Now, the three of them were standing a few thousand meters away from this mountain, staring at colored glass sect's most precious treasure. "This is your noble sect's Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain?" Yang Kai asked, his eyes flashing a strange light. This is Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain. Haha, I've let Brother Yang see a joke. Thousand Illusion colored glass mountain's reputation is indeed resounding, but most of the time, it looks like this, very inconspicuous and not consistent with the rumors. So many guests who come here often feel that its reputation is not as good as its reputation. Dai Yuan smiled lightly and explained softly. Most of the time? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Thousand Illusion colored glass itself has an unpredictable and mysterious ability. What we see now is probably just one of its forms. Yang Yin Yun, who had not spoken until now, suddenly interjected. Dai Yuan looked at her in surprise and nodded. It seems that Sister Yang Yin knows a lot about our colored glass mountain. This inconspicuous state is indeed just one of its forms. Sometimes, it will release a myriad of lights on its own, making this mountain look like something that doesn't belong in this world. It's extremely beautiful, and sometimes it will even change its size, making it very strange. So there's such a thing. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The corners of Yang Yin Yun's mouth twitched indifferently. He didn't explain much, but casually said, "The spirit array you set up here is quite amazing. It has the effect of suppressing chalk pressure, right?" Dai Yuan heard this and gently nodded. It does have a suppressing effect. Although Colored Glass Mountain is located in our Colored Glass sect, we can't do anything about it, so we can only suppress it here. Otherwise, with its strange ability to transform, it might transform into something else and cause us to lose it. Saying so, Dai Yuan smiled and said, "Good. We can't stay here any longer. The several martial uncles guarding Colored Glass Mountain have already discovered us. If we stay here any longer, they may come up to question us. Let's go." Yang Kai also felt it. Since the three of them arrived here, several divine senses belonging to Origin returning realm masters had swept over them from different directions. but these divine senses were only probing for a brief moment and did not take any further action. As such, Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Dai Yuan turned around and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai and Yang Yin following closely behind. The two exchanged a glance, Yang Yin nodding lightly while Yang Kai shot a look of understanding. It seemed that the spirit array here wouldn't be able to stop the stone mongoose's invasion. As long as they reached Dai Yuan's Thousand Illusion Peak and found an opportunity to release the stone mongoose, they could just sit back and wait for the harvest to come. Although Yang Kai didn't understand what Yang Yin wanted the Thousand Illusion colored glass to refine or what was so amazing about it, seeing how colored glass sect treated this strange hill so seriously, how could Yang Kai not understand its value? Along the way, they encountered many colored glass sect disciples, but Yang Kai found one very strange thing. When these colored glass sect disciples saw Dai Yuan, they all showed very complex expressions. Some were filled with dread, some were frightened, some were sympathetic, and so on. What's more, almost every colored glass sect disciple recognized Dai Yuan. This made Yang Kai very concerned. After all, according to Dai Yuan's personality, she rarely interacted with others, yet her name was so resounding in colored glass sect. Inferring from the expressions of these people, Yang Kai secretly felt that Dai Yuan had some kind of story in colored glass sect. Following Dai Yuan, Yang Kai flew through the Grand Crystal Mountain range for about half an hour before the three of them arrived at a mountain peak in the distance. Seeing this 1,000-meter tall mountain peak in the distance, Dai Yuan's tense expression finally relaxed, as if she had just returned home. Enthusiastically pointing to the mountain peak, she introduced it to Yang Kai. "That is the Thousand Illusion Peak I live in. It's a simple and crude place, so I hope junior brother Yang and sister Yang Yin don't mind." "Sister Dai Yuan is too polite," Yang Kai laughed and flew towards the mountain peak with her. Before arriving at the peak, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and was surprised to find that there was no one here. It seemed that Dai Yuan was the only one living in this Thousand Illusion Peak, not even a single maidservant. Not long after, the three of them landed on a plank road halfway up Thousand Illusion Peak. This plank road was extremely narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, it was built close to the mountain wall and looked very unstable. As one walked on it, the plank road swayed slightly, as if it could collapse at any time. Of course, Yang Kai and Yang Yin didn't care about this and simply enjoyed the scenery as they walked. It had to be said that although this Thousand Illusion Peak was located in a remote location, the scenery was indeed quite good. Everywhere, there were birds chirping, flowers blooming, and the temperature was moderate. On top of that, the world energy here wasn't thin, even slightly better than Dragon Cave Mountain. If such a place could only be considered above average in colored glass sect, what kind of scenery would the best mountain peak be like? Yang Kai also remembered the ancient sect ruins in the fourth layer of the Lu Yin sandfield. Presumably, the world energy there would be even richer, right? The plank road wasn't long, and after a short while, the three of them arrived at the end of the road. At the end of the road was a stone wall. This stone wall was smooth without the slightest bump, as if it had been carved open by some kind of sharp weapon. Arriving here, Dai Yuan stood still. Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. Yang Yin, on the other hand, seemed to notice something and whispered, "There is a spirit array here that opens the stone wall and allows us to enter. It's quite exquisite and seems to have been created by some kind of spirit array grandmaster." Yang Yin didn't deliberately lower her voice when she spoke, so Dai Yuan turned around and smiled. "Sister Yang Yin seems to be very proficient in spirit arrays. If you don't mind, feel free to study them. In any case, no one usually comes to my Thousand Illusion Peak, so they won't disturb you." Seeing that Yang Yin had taken the initiative to speak twice along the way, both times it was related to spirit arrays, so Dai Yuan naturally understood that she was interested in them. So, Dai Yuan immediately expressed goodwill to Yang Yin and sold a favor to Yang Kai. Yang Yin didn't comment nor answer, but Dai Yuan didn't show the slightest embarrassment. Suddenly, a jade pendant appeared in her hand, and after pouring her Saint Qi into it, she tossed it forward. A strange scene appeared. The jade pendant transformed into a ray of green light that shot into the smooth stone wall and disappeared. Soon after, a soft buzzing sound was emitted. A stone platform appeared in front of the smooth stone wall. Behind the stone platform was a tunnel that led to the interior of the mountain. Fluorescent light flickered within the tunnel, making it not appear dark at all. Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yin, please come in. Dai Yuan smiled slightly before leaping up and landing on the stone platform. Seeing this, Yang Kai also jumped up and looked into the depths of the corridor, secretly wondering if he should ask Yang Yin to arrange a similar spirit array, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided it was unnecessary and shook his head. Just as Dai Yuan was about to lead Yang Kai and Yang Yin into the mountainous region, her figure suddenly paused and she turned her head to look towards the distant sky. Soon, her face became cold and gloomy as a look of displeasure filled her face. Seeing this, Yang Kai also followed her gaze and saw a blue streak of light rapidly approaching them. It was obvious that someone was flying towards them on a star shuttle. Yang Kai's divine sense was amazing, so after a brief investigation, he was able to determine who the owner of this star shuttle was, causing a strange expression to appear on his face. Junior brother Yang, sister Yang Yin, please wait a moment. Someone has come to find me. Dai Yuan smiled reluctantly and stood in place, waiting quietly. A moment later, the azure streak of light arrived directly in front of the stone platform. The person standing atop the star shuttle laughed before saying anything, her voice like a sweet silver bell. This woman was also an outstanding beauty with a graceful figure and a pair of enchanting eyes that seemed capable of sucking in one's soul, exuding an infinite charm. Coupled with her pleasant laughter, it was truly a sight to behold, causing one's eyes to light up involuntarily. Insu Dai. The person who had suddenly appeared here turned out to be the most famous disciple of Colored Glass sect, Insu Dai. Yang Kai had met this woman several times, so naturally recognized her. Moreover, judging from Lu Yan's trip to the desert, it seemed that she and Dai Yuan were not on good terms. Yang Kai didn't know why she had come here now. Moreover, her timing was a bit too coincidental. Dai Yuan had just returned to Thousand Illusion Peak when Insu Dai had rushed over. Obviously, she had received some kind of news. Insu Dai's beautiful eyes flickered, as if there were thousands of words that she wanted to say, a look that was enough to drive any man crazy. Her eyes swept over Yang Kai for a moment before immediately turning to Dai Yuan and saying, "Senior sister, you're back?" Dai Yuan didn't give her any good looks though, still wearing a sullen expression as she asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I come?" Insu Dai covered her mouth and giggled. Although this is Thousand Illusion Peak, it is also the sect's property. As the most outstanding core disciple of this generation of the sect, with the exception of a few restricted areas, I can naturally go anywhere. Moreover, when Junior Sister heard that Senior Sister had returned, Junior Sister immediately ran over to greet you, fearing that Junior Sister would be unhappy. Could it be that Senior Sister wants to blame Junior Sister? As she spoke, an extremely aggrieved expression appeared on her face. It really made people feel pity for her, and their hearts ache. It was as if even if she had done something extremely wrong, it was difficult and even more unbearable to hold her accountable. Chapter 1271. Bewitching Technique. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. This was the first time he had learned that Insu Dai was actually using a bewitching technique, and one that seemed to be quite proficient in. No wonder every time he saw her, she would always exude an infinite charm. It turned out that this woman was actually using a bewitching technique. Hearing Insu Dai say this, Dai Yuan's pretty face sank as she shouted, "Did you have someone monitor me?" Insu Dai brushed her hair carelessly and chuckled. "Senior Sister, what are you saying?" Junior Sister is simply concerned about Senior Sister. Last time, Senior Sister left without saying goodbye, and no one knew where she had gone. Even Honored Master didn't know, so Junior Sister has been keeping an eye out for any news about Senior Sister. Just now, I heard a message saying that Senior Sister has returned safely. This is good news. Not only is Junior Sister happy, but Honored Master is also very happy and wants to see you. Honored Master. A complicated look flashed across Dai Yuan's face, as if she was no longer in the mood to argue with Insu Dai, instead saying, "Why didn't you stay on 100 Butterfly Peak and instead came here to talk about this? Then what else do you want me to say?" Insu Dai's expression became gloomy, but suddenly her beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. "Right, There is another good thing I want to share with senior sister. Honored Master is currently asking Grandmaster Xiao to refine an origin condensing pill, and although 2 furnaces have already been ruined, Grandmaster Xiao said that the next one should be 80% successful. When that time comes, junior sister may enter retreat to break through to the origin returning realm and won't have time to visit senior sister. If senior sister is feeling lonely, how about junior sister arrange for a few maids to accompany you? In Su Dai smiled innocently, as if she was really thinking about Dai Yuan, her sisterly sentiments clearly showing. However, anyone could hear the slight smugness in her words. An origin condensing pill? Dai Yuan nodded indifferently. Then I must congratulate junior sister. This is all thanks to senior sister finding a few stalks of emerald silkgrass in Lu Yan's desert. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to refine an origin condensing pill. Junior sister was not so lucky and was unable to find even a single stalk of emerald silk grass. Ha! In Su Dai shook her head and sighed, seemingly very upset. A sneer appeared on Dai Yuan's face, not caring that the emerald silk grass she had worked so hard to find had been used on In Su Dai, instead saying, junior sister, senior. If there's nothing else, junior sister, please return. Since you're preparing to break through to the origin returning stage, you naturally need to make some preparations. Otherwise, if you fail, you will have let down master's efforts. Junior senior sister, senior say A. Senior like senior to senior sister, S senior. Su, sister, Su senior. Senior sister has a guest to entertain, so she won't accompany you. Dai Yuan ignored the ugly look on In Su Dai's face and ordered her to leave. However, In Su Dai had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing that her attempts to bully Dai Yuan had no effect, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "This little brother looks very familiar. Have we met somewhere before?" Yang Kai's expression froze. He had not expected that he would be involved in the internal dispute between this senior sister and junior sister as soon as he arrived at Colored Glass Sect, but he didn't care and simply grinned. Senior sister Een and I have indeed met a few times, but this one has admired senior sister Een for a long time. It's just that this one is not well known, so senior sister Een may not have noticed. When In Su Dai heard this, a bright smile bloomed on her face as she giggled, very satisfied with Yang Kai's flattery. Dai Yuan, on the other hand, frowned as she shot a strange look towards Yang Kai. As for Yang Yuan, he just stood in place, not saying anything or doing anything, as if he didn't exist. I remember now. You should be with that way, Guchong. How come you also know senior sister? In Su Dai's voice suddenly became soft. Others who heard this didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But Yang Kai suddenly felt his blood flow accelerate and a soft whisper seemed to reach his ears, as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheeks, causing him to feel extremely comfortable. I met her in Lu Yan's desert. Yang Kai nodded and replied cooperatively. So that's how it is, but since senior sister was able to invite you back as a guest, it seems your relationship with senior sister isn't shallow. In Su Dai said in a roundabout manner, but before Yang Kai could answer, she smiled again, her eyes flashing a strange light, exuding a strange charm that tugged at Yang Kai's heartstrings as she said, "If little brother doesn't mind, why don't you come visit my 100 Butterfly Peak sometime? Although my 100 Butterfly Peak isn't close to here, it has its own unique charm, so I'm sure you won't be disappointed." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly glazed over as his face flushed abnormally, seemingly unconsciously nodding, Good. This one couldn't ask for more." As he spoke, saliva seemed to be dripping from the corners of his mouth as a disgusting look of lust appeared on his face. In Su Dai. Dai Yuan suddenly shouted, knowing that Yang Kai should have been affected by her junior sister's beguiling technique. Pushing her Saint Chi madly, she wore a menacing look on her face, as if she would attack In Su Dai if she didn't withdraw her beguiling technique. "What's the matter?" In Su Dai looked at Dai Yuan innocently, her incorporeal charm surging towards Yang Kai even more fiercely. At that moment, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out 2 hot blasts, and he seemed to involuntarily rush forward. inexplicably arriving in front of Su Dai. Immediately, under the dumbfounded gazes of Su Dai and Dai Yuan, Yang Kai grabbed both of Su Dai's jade hands. For a moment, fiercely. It was as if Yang Kai had grasped the most important thing in his life and was unwilling to let go again. At the same time, his eyes flashed a terrifying fiery light and the temperature of his body rose significantly. Su Dai was stunned on the spot while Dai Yuan was also dumbfounded. The moment Yang Kai rushed over, whether it was Dai Yuan or Su Dai, both of them wanted to stop him, but neither of them knew why. By the time the two women recovered, Yang Kai had already grabbed both of Su Dai's hands. Feeling the sharp pain in her hands and seeing the crazed look in the eyes of this ugly man in front of her, Su Dai was both shocked and angered, pushing her Saint Chi fiercely, but in the next moment, she calmed down, her eyes becoming watery as she turned to Yang Kai and said, "You hurt me, huh?" Yang Kai was startled, a look of guilt filling his face, but his two big hands were still firmly holding onto Su Dai. No matter how hard she tried to pull, she was unable to break free. While feeling her delicate and soft hands, Yang Kai blushed and said, "It doesn't hurt. I have time now. How about we go to 100 Butterfly Peak now? In any case, your senior sister has nothing to do here, so there's no need to stay." Haha. Su Dai laughed dryly. Although she couldn't wait to slap Yang Kai away, she had no choice but to suppress the anger in her heart. The inexplicable light in her eyes became faster and faster as she stared directly into Yang Kai's eyes. "Didn't you just invite me to come with you? What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai began to urge her, seemingly impatient to return to 100 Butterfly Peak with her. Seeing this, Su Dai's expression changed, and she was no longer willing to delay, pushing her Saint Chi to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Dai's figure flickered and reappeared a few dozen meters away, hiding her two small hands in her sleeves, making it impossible to see what they were like. But it was obvious that after being seduced by Yang Kai for a while, Su Dai's expression was definitely not pleasant. Staring coldly at Yang Kai, who seemed to still be immersed in her seduction technique, Su Dai's expression became gloomy. However, a figure flashed and Dai Yuan appeared in front of Yang Kai, coldly saying, "Junior sister, please return." Su Dai grit her teeth and took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling in an exaggerated manner, showing off her enchanting curves as she snorted, "Senior sister, don't forget to pay respects to honored master. She has always been thinking about you. Junior sister will take her leave now." Saying so, Su Dai's phoenix eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed across them as she stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to carve his appearance into the depths of her soul, stomped her foot, and flew off on her star shuttle. After she was 10 kilometers away from 1000 Illusion Peak, Su Dai took her hands out of her sleeves and examined them under her eyelids, her beautiful face going pale with anger. Her flawless jade-like hands were now covered in bruises. Su Dai didn't know where that smelly man had obtained such brute strength, nor did he understand the concept of having tender feelings for the fairer sex. This time, she had gone for wool and come home shorn, causing Su Dai's lungs to explode. Secretly hating Yang Kai in her heart, she planned to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. On the stone platform of 1000 Illusion Peak, a group of 3 stood there. Yang Inflammation and Dai Yuan stared at Yang Kai's back while Yang Kai stared in the direction Su Dai disappeared, a look of regret filling his face. After a while, Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head. Turning around, he saw the 2 women staring at him and asked in amazement, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" You didn't fall for her seduction technique? If Dai Yuan still couldn't tell, she would have wasted her many years of experience. At this moment, Yang Kai's demeanor was completely different from before and his eyes were clear and bright. Seduction technique? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She used it on the wrong person. Then why did you? Dai Yuan's eyes flashed a complicated light as she shook her head and laughed. Your courage is really big, actually taking advantage of her. If she had seen through it on the spot, she definitely wouldn't have let you off. Didn't she not see through it? Yang Kai chuckled. Thank you. Yuan suddenly showed a look of gratitude and sincerely thanked him. She knew that if it weren't for Yang Kai not being able to stand watching Yin Su Dai humiliate her, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Yang Kai waved his hand and snorted, "No need. She attacked me first. I was just fighting back." The grievances of other senior sisters, Yang Kai was too lazy to intervene. This time, his main purpose for coming here was to obtain Thousand Illusion-colored Glass Mountain. Helping Yuan was just a pretense, but Yin Su Dai had recklessly used her seduction technique on him. If this weren't colored glass sect, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her off so easily. Chapter 1272. Yuan smiled and asked meaningfully, "How does it feel?" Yang Kai's face blushed as he chuckled. "Not bad. Not bad at all. Worthy of being one of Shadowed Star's famous beauties, your skin is delicate and well-maintained." Seeing Yang Kai really talk about this, Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and snorted lightly before no longer talking about it, leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation into the mountain corridor. After entering the corridor, Yuan placed her hand on the stone wall and circulated her Saint Chi, summoning the jade pendant that had flown in before. Immediately after, the hole in the stone wall closed silently. "Please follow me," Yuan beckoned from the front before leading Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation through the mountain corridor. After walking for about 1,000 meters, a huge cave suddenly appeared. It covered an area of about 1,000 meters and seemed to have been hollowed out from the inside of Thousand Illusion Peak. The inside of this cave was extremely empty, without the slightest trace of man-made carvings. Yang Kai looked around and was surprised to find that this cave was actually naturally formed, not artificially excavated. Above the cave, there were several thick and thin dark red pillars hanging upside down, like sharp cones that could fall down at any moment, making for an extremely dangerous sight. At the bottom of the karst cave, there were also many lava pillars, making the entire karst cave look like a messy stone forest, confusing and complicated. A natural spirit array. After Yang Yin swept her eyes over these molten pillars, she suddenly let out a soft cry, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she stood there, not wanting to leave. Sure enough, I can't hide from Sister Yang Inflammation's eyes. Yuan also stopped and turned back to look at Yang Inflammation with some admiration before explaining, "There is indeed a natural spirit array in this cave on Thousand Illusion Peak, but it only has a somewhat hallucinatory effect and doesn't have much power." Yang Inflammation continued to look around for a while before asking, "Did someone change the natural spirit array here?" And it was one of the people who used to live on Thousand Illusion Peak. Yuan thought of something and her eyes dimmed slightly, but she quickly recovered and continued. "That person had some understanding of spirit arrays, so they changed the natural spirit array here so that it not only has a hallucinatory effect, but also has the ability to repel enemies. Can I go in and take a look?" Yang Inflammation asked, seemingly very interested in this natural spirit array. "Nonsense." Yang Kai scolded Yang Inflammation with a straight face. No matter what, this was Yuan's secluded home, so how could a spirit array set up outside be casually inspected? This could easily become a taboo. Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Yang, there is no need to say that. Since Sister Yang Inflammation has dabbled in spirit arrays, it is normal for her to be interested. After all, natural spirit arrays are quite rare and difficult to create. If Sister Yang Inflammation wants to enter, of course you can, but I am not very proficient in this spirit array. Since the senior who used to live here passed away, although I have taken over this spirit array, I am unable to do anything about it. All I know is that there is a safe way in and out. If Sister Yang Inflammation can crack this spirit array, explore its essence, and teach it to me, Yuan will be grateful to Sister Yang Inflammation." So that's how it is. Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. Since Yuan intended to borrow the power of Yang Inflammation, he could no longer stop her, simply turning to Yang Inflammation and asking, "Can I?" Yang Inflammation curled her lips but did not answer, instead wrapping herself in her black robe and disappearing into the lava pillars. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, knowing that he had underestimated Yang Inflammation's ability, which made him very angry. Yuan, on the other hand, saw Yang Inflammation's confident performance, and her eyes lit up as she secretly looked forward to it. "Let's go. Don't worry about her." In any case, this place is already your territory. She will naturally come out after studying it. Yang Kai smiled helplessly at Dai Yuan. Good. Dai Yuan naturally had no objections and continued to lead Yang Kai through the lava pillars. Not long after, the two of them passed through the cave and entered another mountain tunnel. After walking for a short distance, they arrived at a stone room. As soon as he entered this stone room, Yang Kai's expression shook. He found that there were many fragrances of pills and herbs here, and inside the stone room, there were 5 or 6 large and small alchemy furnaces. Only then did he remember that Dai Yuan was also an alchemist. Wei Gucheng had mentioned this before in Lu Yin Sandfield. The reason why Dai Yuan knew so much about the red candle fruit was because she was an alchemist. However, since she had requested this from him, her alchemy level shouldn't be too high. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but he didn't point it out. Junior brother Yang must be joking. I'm afraid Dai Yuan's place can't even enter junior brother's eyes, Dai Yuan said with a smile. You're too kind. Young lady has a completely different world here. It's much better than Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai laughed. Junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan suddenly called out softly, staring straight at him with her beautiful eyes. Are there really Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world? Yang Kai glanced at her and suddenly discovered that many people on Shadowed Star seemed to be interested in the outside world. He had heard similar questions being asked more than once or twice. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai nodded and said, There are indeed Origin King grade alchemists in the outside world. Although I have never seen one, I have heard of them. There are also Origin King grade artifact refiners and Origin King realm masters. There is also the Star Master. Star Master. Dai Yuan raised her brow, the legendary powerful cultivator who can refine a star source and become its Star Master. But there should be very few such people. I heard that refining a star's source is extremely dangerous, and even Origin King realm masters do not dare attempt it easily, otherwise, their soul may be destroyed. Is that so? Dai Yuan smiled when she heard this and immediately said cheerfully, If there is an opportunity, Dai Yuan would like to consult junior brother Yang about the outside world. I hope junior brother Yang will not refuse. Good. When the time comes, this one will definitely tell you the truth. Yang Kai agreed readily. Although he didn't know much about the star field, he was still someone who had come from the outside world, so his understanding of Shadowed Star was much deeper than the people here, so it wasn't a problem for him to talk about these things. Dai Yuan didn't ask any more questions and instead arranged for Yang Kai to rest in a room next to the stone room before asking Yang Kai to rest for a few days while she went to pay her respects to her honored master. After all, when she left Colored Glass Sect last time, she didn't tell anyone, and just now Insu Dai had come to inform her that her honored master wanted to see her, so she naturally couldn't keep her honored master waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and let her go. After a while, Dai Yuan left Thousand Illusion Peak and turned into a blue streak of light, disappearing into the Grand Crystal Mountain Range. After Dai Yuan left, Yang Kai opened his eyes for meditation, a light flashing across them as a sly look appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a figure appeared in front of him. It was the stone mongoose, standing there and looking at Yang Kai innocently, seemingly waiting for his instructions. Do you know what you're going to do? Yang Kai asked. The stone mongoose tilted its head and thought for a moment before nodding. Good. I'll tell you the location. Remember, if there's any danger or if you're discovered, return immediately and don't alarm anyone. Yang Kai carefully exhorted before stretching out his finger and touching the stone mongoose's forehead. A green light appeared on his fingertip and entered the stone mongoose's head. This green light contained a strand of Yang Kai's divine sense and clearly contained the location of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain. Since Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Mountain was the supreme treasure of Colored Glass Sect, the spirit arrays protecting it would definitely be extremely powerful. Although Yang Kai was confident in the stone mongoose's safety, there was always a possibility, which was why he had warned it so seriously. He didn't want to lose a partner like the stone mongoose just because he stole a bit of Thousand Illusion Colored Glass. Since the stone mongoose was born, it had always been conscientious and diligent, a role model for hardworking people. Where else could he find such a good assistant? After the green light containing Yang Kai's divine sense entered the stone mongoose's head, it quickly disappeared. The stone mongoose stood in place in a daze, seemingly digesting the information contained in the divine sense. After a while, its eyes rolled around and it silently shook its body, causing a small hole to appear in the ground and the stone mongoose to disappear. By the time Yang Kai noticed it, it was already 1,000 meters underground, and after pausing for a moment, it flew off in the direction of the 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain at a high speed. The stone mongoose was born with a special ability, so the earth could not hinder its movements. After releasing the stone mongoose, Yang Kai immediately stretched out his hand and smoothed out the small hole in the ground, making it impossible to see anything wrong with it from the outside. Only then did he return to meditating. Speaking of which, Yang Kai still didn't know why Dai Yuan had invited him here, but with Dai Yuan's personality, she probably wouldn't ask him to do anything too difficult. If there really was something difficult, Yang Kai could refuse. In any case, his main purpose for coming here had been achieved. All he needed to do now was wait for the stone mongoose to return. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately settled down. For 3 days, Yang Kai didn't see any trace of Dai Yuan. On the other hand, Yang Inflammation appeared like a ghost, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement, seemingly having gained a lot from studying the natural spirit array outside. Yang Kai didn't ask too much because even if he did, he wouldn't understand, so he simply ignored her. Dai Yuan still hadn't returned, so Yang Inflammation went to a nearby room to rest. After waiting for another 2 days in Thousand Illusion Peak, Yang Kai suddenly saw Dai Yuan appear. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that Dai Yuan seemed to be very tired, her expression somewhat sluggish, and her eyes were red and swollen, obviously the result of crying. Even though she was forcing herself to smile, it was impossible to erase the sadness hidden in her brow. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to her that caused her to become like this, but he could imagine that it had something to do with her honored master. After all, Dai Yuan had gone to see her honored master and returned 5 days later, yet she had undergone such a drastic change. Chapter 1273. After Dai Yuan returned, the first thing she did was visit Yang Inflammation, and after receiving a token, her mood immediately improved. This was because Yang Inflammation had not only cracked the natural spirit array outside her secluded home, but had also made some changes to it, making it more complete and usable. Not only had its power increased by 30%, but it had also gained several new transformations. This made Dai Yuan very happy, but at the same time, she was secretly surprised by Yang Inflammation's skill with the spirit array. After this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Inflammation seemed to have become much more harmonious, to the point where they even called each other sisters. This made Yang Kai very confused. He only felt that a woman's heart was like a needle in the sea, unpredictable and unpredictable. When the two of them were hurrying on their way, they were like taciturn gourds, not speaking for a month. But now, just because of a spirit array, they were incomparably intimate. Men were not like this. After she returned, Yang Kai naturally began to ask her what she needed his help with, but Dai Yuan still hesitated and only asked Yang Kai to wait a few more days while she made some preparations. When the time came, she would naturally tell him the truth. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai no longer forced her and simply waited quietly. A few days later, Yang Kai was meditating inside his stone room, cultivating his demon blood threads while pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace in front of him. Inside this artifact refining furnace, a crimson firebird was tumbling about, constantly spraying out pure and rich fire energy from its beak to burn the dragon bone and dragon bead inside the artifact refining furnace. Although it took a long time to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead, as long as Yang Kai had time, he would actively stimulate the power of the artifact refining furnace to speed up the refining process. He was looking forward to seeing what would happen after the dragon bone and dragon bead were refined. Just as he was urging his Saint Qi, a knock suddenly came from outside. Yang Kai raised his eyes, and after pouring his Saint Qi into the artifact refining furnace again, he took a deep breath and calmed his Saint Qi. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and summoned the artifact refining furnace back into his body before standing up, walking over to the stone door and opening it. Dai Yuan simply stood there, but for some reason, she seemed to be a little worried about her gains and losses. When she felt a wave of heat in the room, she looked at Yang Kai in surprise, instinctively thinking that Yang Kai was refining pills, but there was no pill or medicinal fragrance in the air, which made her feel a little strange. Not caring about this, Yuan asked softly, "Can I come in?" Yang Kai nodded, stepped aside, and waited for Yuan to enter before closing the door and sitting down on a stone bench in the room, taking the initiative to ask, "Is everything ready?" In. Yuan bit her red lips lightly and nodded lightly. "Then let's begin." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "But before that, shouldn't Sister Yuan tell me what you want me to help you with and how I should do it?" "I'm here to tell you this." Yuan glanced over at him, her eyes watery and her cheeks blushing a deep shade of red. This made Yang Kai quite surprised, wondering what kind of embarrassing matter Yuan was going to say that would cause her to show such a reaction. Yuan sat there, seemingly a little restless, her two small hands unconsciously twisting together. After a long silence, she grit her teeth and said, "Actually, I asked junior brother Yang to come here to detoxify my poison." "Detoxify?" Yang Kai raised his brow, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Sister Yuan is poisoned? I really can't tell what kind of poison Sister Yuan is suffering from, but if it is convenient, please tell me. Perhaps I will know how to refine that detoxification pill." "There is no detoxification pill for my poison." Yuan heard this and shook her head with a wry smile. "Oh." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. When Yuan had invited him to Dragon Cave Mountain, she had indeed said that her request was related to alchemy, and now that she was talking about detoxification, that was indeed the case. However, Yuan saying that there was no detoxification pill for her poison meant that this poison was definitely extraordinary, so Yang Kai naturally paid some attention to it. Perhaps it was because he was an alchemist, but as long as it was related to herbs and pills, Yang Kai wanted to learn more about them. "What I'm suffering from is thousand illusion-colored glass." Yuan's words were shocking, her expression serious, without the slightest hint of a joke. "Thousand illusion-colored glass?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Isn't thousand illusion-colored glass your noble sect's supreme treasure? Furthermore, I've heard that it's a peculiar refining material that doesn't possess any toxicity. How did you get poisoned by this thing, and how did you get infected?" Yang Kai was extremely curious because what Yuan was saying was simply too incredible. Although he didn't know much about thousand illusion-colored glass, he knew that this artifact refining material wasn't poisonous. Thousand illusion-colored glass really isn't poisonous. Yuan smiled bitterly after hearing this, reaching out and brushing her hair behind her ear as she asked in a low voice, "But what if I swallowed it raw?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared straight at Yuan, his eyes narrowing. "Junior brother Yang doesn't need to doubt me. I really did swallow thousand illusion-colored glass raw and have been doing so for many years now. Ever since I entered the Saint Realm, I have been taking it." Yuan smiled lightly. How could such a thing happen? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This woman had actually swallowed an artifact refining material. Wasn't that the same as courting death? Who in their right mind would take such a thing? Even if she didn't want to live, she wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, there is a reason why I took it. Yuan seemed to know that Yang Kai would have such a reaction, so she wasn't surprised at all, because the secret art I cultivate is called the Thousand Illusion Colored Glass Art. This secret art was created by my Colored Glass sect's ancestral founder based on Colored Glass Mountain. Almost every generation of Colored Glass sect's disciple must cultivate this secret art, and this generation's person is me. In order to cultivate this secret art, one must take thousand illusion-colored glass. Heh, such a strange secret art. It doesn't seem to be anything good. Yang Kai laughed sarcastically. But for the sect, this secret art is indispensable. Thousand Illusion Peak has always been used as a residence for those who cultivate this secret art, which is why it has such a name. The previous person who lived here also cultivated this secret art. Yang Kai was surprised. And, on top of that, I grew up with her, and she taught me this secret art. She can be considered my true master. And her end? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sneer. She shouldn't have had a good ending, right? It seemed that because of Yang Kai's question, Yuan seemed to recall something and her face immediately dimmed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "That's her fate. Since she chose this path, she shouldn't complain." However, after cultivating this secret art, before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she won't be able to use the full power of this secret art. Otherwise, the poison will gradually deepen and eventually become impossible to expel. On top of that, the road to advancement is fraught with dangers. This was the experience of the previous person who sacrificed her life. If I want to break through to the origin returning realm, I must rely on junior brother Yang's strength to resolve the colored glass poison that has accumulated in my body over the years. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt. Yang Kai nodded lightly, understanding why Yuan had come all the way to Dragon Cave Mountain to beg him for help. However, Yuan had said that before reaching the minor accomplishment stage, she wouldn't be able to use the full power of this secret art. It seemed that the last time he saw Yuan fight, she hadn't used her full strength. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and looked at Yuan in surprise. The Thousand Illusion colored glass art you cultivate wouldn't be related to the collection of Thousand Illusion colored glass, right? Colored glass sect needed someone to cultivate such a dangerous secret art in every generation. So unless it was for some particularly important reason, they certainly wouldn't do such a thing. For the most important reason for colored glass sect, Yang Kai could only associate it with the collection of Thousand Illusion colored glass. But after hearing Yang Kai's question, Yuan's complexion changed and she quickly waved her hand. "Junior brother Yang, you can't say that." "Ah, am I right?" Yang Kai's expression became strange. Yuan smiled bitterly but didn't deny it, nodding, I cultivate the Thousand Illusion colored glass art precisely because I need to collect Thousand Illusion colored glass. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Since the last senior who lived here fell, no one in the sect has been able to collect Thousand Illusion colored glass, and I can only do so after reaching the origin returning realm. This is one of the sect's biggest secrets. You can only speak of it in front of me, but you can't tell anyone else, otherwise, you will definitely be in trouble. I know. Yang Kai nodded quickly. His unintentional words had actually exposed the sect's secret, causing Yang Kai to break out in a cold sweat. However, since Yuan was so important to colored glass sect, why was she being neglected here? Shouldn't she be provided with the best cultivation resources, the best cultivation environment, and the best guidance from a senior? It seemed that there were some other secrets he didn't know about. Yang Kai secretly guessed. The last senior who lived here was also a genius. She summarized the experiences and performances of many seniors who cultivated the Thousand Illusion colored glass art, and finally came up with a very safe way to resolve colored glass poison. Once it was successful, I would no longer need to fear colored glass poison. I am deeply grateful to her for her help, but unfortunately, by the time she came up with this method, the poison had already penetrated her body and she was unable to resolve it herself. Yuan explained with a gloomy expression. Is this method useful to me? Yang Kai asked. It requires the assistance of an origin-grade alchemist, and this alchemist must also be skilled and have perfect control over the fusion of various medicinal efficacies. From what I can see, the pills junior brother Yang has refined before are all the best of the best, a few of them even nearly forming pill veins. I think this requirement is absolutely not a problem for you. Chapter 1274. Although he had received Yuan's praise, Yang Kai was still somewhat puzzled. Although his control of the medicinal efficacies was quite good, the 5 origin-grade alchemists from Medicine King's Valley weren't bad either. After all, they were all quite old. So why had Yuan asked him for help instead of medicine pill sect's alchemists? There must be some unknown reason for this. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to ask because he knew Yuan would definitely tell him later. Seeing Yang Kai listening attentively, Yuan smiled and continued. If it was just finding such an alchemist, it wouldn't have been difficult. The difficult part would have been gathering the materials needed for the detoxification method. Oh? What kind of materials would you need to gather? Yang Kai asked. There are many materials, but after years of searching by the previous senior who lived here, he managed to gather 90% of them. Even the Een Pond, which was the most difficult to find, was found by that senior, and after expending a great deal of effort, he was able to move it back to Thousand Illusion Peak. The reason I asked junior brother Yang to come with me is because this pawn cannot be taken away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to work so hard. Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why Dai Yuan insisted that he come with her to Colored Glass Sect. However, pawns were extremely rare and would only appear in places with dense Qi and Ghost Qi. Although they were useless to most cultivators, for those who cultivated and evil secret arts, pawns were their favorite treasures because the pure Qi in them was enough to rapidly increase the strength of any cultivator who cultivated such a secret art. Yang Kai had only heard about them and had never had a chance to see one with his own eyes. Because Thousand Illusion colored glass is not restrained by the 5 elements. So, if one wants to expel the colored glass poison, they must have something like a pond. Then, condensing the medicinal efficacies of countless herbs, fusing them into the pond's water, and using the pond's water as a guide, they will have a chance to expel the colored glass poison, Dai Yuan explained softly. Yang Kai nodded as he listened. With his alchemy skills and knowledge, although he didn't understand the inner workings of this method, it should be correct. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, since that senior was able to find a pond, why didn't she take it? She even moved it back to Thousand Illusion Peak. So why didn't she detoxify it in the end? She still lacks one last thing. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. What she lacks is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai's spirit shook. The blood-invigorating mushroom, the one that can be used to refine the blood mushroom pill? Hearing this, Yang Kai's faces. Yang Kai, of course. Yes, the invigorating mushroom. Dai Yuan gently nodding. With a flip of her hand, an exquisite wooden box suddenly appeared in her palm. She then opened the wooden box. Opening it, she took out a small piece of mushroom the size of a baby's fist. Not only did it look strange, but it was also red in color. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if there was blood flowing through it, but it also exuded a pungent smell. Yang Kai took it with a dignified expression, gently stroking it with his hand, carefully examining it for a while before nodding, yes, this is a blood-invigorating mushroom. Its medicinal age is at least 3,000 years, and it seems to have been picked not long ago. Did you obtain this from Lu Yin Sandfield? Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan smiled faintly. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. It was also thanks to junior brother Yang's blessing that this blood-invigorating mushroom was a harvest I obtained in the 4th layer of Lu Yin Sandfield. Yang Kai's expression changed as he thought to himself. Dai Yuan's luck really wasn't bad. In the 4th layer, the number of precious treasures was extremely low. Yang Kai had only managed to obtain a few strings of fine purple jade fruit, but Dai Yuan was actually able to find a blood-invigorating mushroom. What's more, this was exactly what she desperately needed. It seemed that after he left, Dai Yuan had spent a lot of effort searching for this blood-invigorating mushroom, and the reason she wanted to follow him to the 4th layer was probably because she wanted to find this blood-invigorating mushroom. Finally, she was able to achieve her goal. What do you want to do with this blood-invigorating mushroom? Yang Kai closed the lid of the box and handed it back to her before asking. Dai Yuan fell silent, gently rubbing the wooden box in her hand a few times before sighing softly. I won't hide it from junior brother Yang. Although this method of detoxification was created and left behind by the previous senior who lived here, she wasn't 100% certain it would succeed because the Thousand Illusion colored glass poison has already penetrated deep into my body, so if I were to try to expel it, it would inevitably cause me to lose a great deal of vitality. It is not impossible for me to die, but this blood-invigorating mushroom is the only way to preserve that slim chance of survival. Yang Kai frowned. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to refine it into a blood mushroom pill? Blood mushroom pill? Dai Yuan smiled bitterly. Since junior brother Yang is an alchemist, it's not that you don't understand the grade of the blood mushroom pill. It is an origin-grade high-rank pill, not something the alchemists of Shadowed Star can refine. If this were the outside world where junior brother Yang came from, this proposal would be a good one. But, unfortunately, or rather, are you an origin-grade high-rank alchemist? No. Yang Kai shook his head. He was now an origin-grade low-rank alchemist, But if he really put his mind to it and wasn't afraid of ruining the herbs, there was a chance he could refine an origin-grade mid-rank pill. As for an origin-grade high-rank pill, it was impossible for him to refine one. So after pondering for a moment, he said, "What I mean is, if you aren't in a hurry, you might as well wait a few days. Perhaps there will be a more reliable method in the future, or perhaps you can find someone to refine the blood mushroom pill." Yang Kai didn't dare say he would refine it himself. Although he felt that it wouldn't take him many years to become an origin-grade high-rank alchemist, he still couldn't make any guarantees at this time. "I can't wait." Dai Yuan shook her head bitterly. Dai Yuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. "If I could wait, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry to ask junior brother Yang for help." After cultivating the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, depending on how much 1,000 illusion-colored glass one's body absorbs, one's cultivation will grow accordingly. At most, I can only delay it for half a year. After half a year, whether I am willing or not, I will have to break through to the origin returning realm. If I succeed, I will have a glimmer of hope, but if I fail, with my current cultivation, I won't be able to suppress the colored glass poison and will die. Although directly taking the blood-invigorating mushroom will greatly reduce its medicinal efficacies, which is a waste of heaven's precious treasures, this is all I can do for now. Is there no other way? Yang Kai frowned. No. Dai Yuan smiled gently. "Many thanks for junior brother Yang's concern. But since I have decided to do this, I have already mentally prepared myself. Regardless of whether this time's detoxification is successful or not, at least I have tried my best. Compared to the previous senior who lived here and the previous elders who cultivated the 1,000 illusion-colored glass art, Dai Yuan will not complain." Yang Kai sighed softly and no longer tried to dissuade her, instead nodding and saying, "Since you've made up your mind, then so be it. If you need my help, I will do my best." Hearing this, Dai Yuan was overjoyed and thanked him gratefully. "Many thanks, junior brother Yang. Now, I will tell you how to help me detoxify. Listen carefully. Once the process begins, I may not have much energy to instruct you." And immediately, Dai Yuan began explaining the detoxification method and various other details. Of course, these methods and details were all thought up by the senior from Colored Glass Sect and perfected during her lifetime. So Yang Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with them and instead felt a great deal of admiration towards this senior from Colored Glass Sect. However, while explaining these details and methods, Dai Yuan's face blushed and her eyes became watery. Her voice was low and restless, and even though her appearance wasn't that great, the shyness and flirtatious look in her eyes only added to her charm. Yang Kai finally understood why Dai Yuan hadn't been willing to tell him the details before. It turned out that this detoxification method actually required some intimate physical contact. It was no wonder Dai Yuan's face was flushed red when she explained the detoxification method. Any woman facing a man and telling him when to condense the medicinal efficacies on certain parts of their body would have the same expression. After all, if they really did this, it was inevitable that some awkward situations would occur. Although Yang Kai had never met Grandmaster Shao from Colored Glass Sect, he was certain that the other party should be an old man. Otherwise, Dai Yuan wouldn't have said it was inconvenient. Of the 5 Grandmasters from Medicine Pill Sect, 4 of them were also old men, and only one was an old woman. Compared to facing these old men, Dai Yuan would definitely choose Yang Kai. Yang Kai was a heroic and extraordinary young man, so Dai Yuan's sense of rejection was slightly weaker. Of course, if she could, she would rather choose the old woman from Medicine Pill Sect. After all, both of them were women, so there wasn't such a taboo. But she couldn't afford to pay such a big price. Yang Kai thought secretly, guessing the hesitation and scruples in Dai Yuan's heart. On top of that, she was an alchemist herself, so she was probably preparing for the detoxification. Unfortunately, she didn't have much time to mature in the alchemic way and was currently just a Saint King grade alchemist, so she wasn't of much use. Dai Yuan explained shyly, but Yang Kai remained indifferent, not showing any superfluous expression, simply listening attentively, not wanting to miss a single detail. Seeing Yang Kai's performance, Dai Yuan also gradually relaxed. There was a saying that doctors should not avoid suspicion, and her current relationship with Yang Kai was somewhat similar to that of a doctor and patient. Thinking so, Dai Yuan's expression gradually returned to normal. After spending the entire night explaining, young Kai would take the initiative to ask about some key issues, and Da Yuan also knew that this was a matter of great importance, so she naturally explained it to him in detail. After an entire night, Da Yuan finished her explanation, and Yang Kai also memorized the detoxification method in his heart, knowing what to do at what time. Junior brother Yang, have you memorized everything? Da Yuan looked at him and asked. Although she hadn't rested all night, she didn't show the slightest signs of sleepiness and instead seemed to be in high spirits, as if she had reached the most important juncture in her life. Chapter 1275. I'll remember. Yang Kai nodded lightly, glancing at Da Yuan thoughtfully for a moment before saying, Your state of mind isn't very stable right now. How about this? You rest for 2 more days, then we'll begin. Although Da Yuan couldn't wait to begin immediately, since Yang Kai had said so, she couldn't object. Nodding in agreement, she discussed a few more details with Yang Kai before leaving. After Da Yuan left, Yang Kai sat down on the stone bed in his room, rubbing his chin as he pondered for a while. A moment later, he waved his hand and a large number of herbs appeared on his bed. Immediately after, he took out his alchemy furnace and released his conflagrated spiritual energy, wrapping up the various herbs and condensing the medicinal liquids contained within them. 2 days passed in a flash, and when Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and swept the room with his divine sense, he found Da Yuan standing outside. After 2 days of recovery and adjustment, her mood and emotions had completely calmed down, and there was no trace of joy or sadness on her face. Standing outside the door, she didn't urge Yang Kai to come out, simply waiting for him to take the initiative to come out. Yang Kai smiled lightly, feeling that she had adjusted her state quite well, so he quickly got up, got off the stone bed, and opened the door. Da Yuan heard the sound of movement and raised her eyes, but after seeing Yang Kai, she smiled faintly at him. Let's go. Yang Kai gestured, to which Da Yuan nodded and immediately led the way. Returning to the huge stone chamber they had passed by before, Da Yuan led Yang Kai into another corridor. This corridor seemed to lead straight into the depths of the earth and had a series of artificial steps carved out of it, so it wasn't too steep. On both sides of the corridor, there were also some strange stones used for illumination, allowing the soft light to diffuse. As Da Yuan walked down, Yang Kai didn't say anything, but he continued to spread out his divine sense. Halfway through the journey, Kai Yang suddenly felt a chill in front of him. This chill wasn't just pure cold. It was a kind of cold that made one's hair stand on end. Strictly speaking, this was yin qi. Only places where yin qi gathered would have this kind of cold. It seemed that the so-called yin pond was hidden below. Yang Kai suddenly understood. This kind of yin qi didn't cause any trouble for Yang Kai at all. He didn't even need to circulate his saint qi. He could easily resist it with his physical body. The same was true for Da Yuan. Although her physique wasn't as good as Yang Kai's, her cultivation and the fact that this yin pond had been here for so many years, presumably Da Yuan had come down here countless times in order to prepare for detoxification, so she naturally wouldn't be affected by it. The further down she went, the stronger the chill became. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai's divine sense and Da Yuan SSST. After walking down for a long time, the scene before her suddenly opened up. There was also a huge stone room below. However, there was nothing in this stone room. If one were to look at it with the naked eye, one would see that this stone room was filled with a dense and cold aura. Strand after strand, it filled every corner of the stone room. The walls of the stone room were also covered in white frost. The temperature here was so low that it would make one's hair stand on end. In the center of the stone room, there was a small pond that covered an area of less than 10 meters. The wisps of cold yin qi were emitted from this small pond. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Lady Da Yuan, is this yin pond a 1,000-year yin pond or a 10,000-year yin pond? Da Yuan seemed to know what Yang Kai wanted to ask and smiled. According to that senior, this yin pond was formed at least 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. Yang Kai frowned. For such a long time, the yin qi in this yin pond is not something you can withstand. Are you sure you want to continue? Yin ponds were also divided by age. Yang Kai hadn't heard Da Yuan mention anything about this yin pond before, so he didn't ask too much about it. But now, This Een pond was actually 5 or 6,000 years old. With such a Een pond, it was likely Dai Yuan would immediately freeze into an ice sculpture if she were to soak in it. Dai Yuan smiled lightly. Junior brother Yang may rest assured before this. I made a lot of preparations and mixed a lot of fire and yang attribute herbs into the Een pond's water to neutralize the Een qi. On top of that, I am also an alchemist and have cultivated a fire attribute secret art. So as long as I am careful, there shouldn't be any problems. What's more, if I don't continue now, I can only wait for death. If junior brother Yang were in this situation, what would you choose? Yang Kai fell silent, knowing that Dai Yuan had her own difficulties and had no other choice, so he no longer tried to persuade her. Junior brother Yang may rest assured. I have left a letter in my meditation room. If an accident really happens this time and I die, you can take this letter to my honored master. The letter explains everything. She won't embarrass you after reading it. My honored master is Elder Gong Ao Fu, who lives on Myriad Fathom Peak, so if you need to leave, you can go find her. Dai Yuan's appearance made it seem as if she was making arrangements for her death, causing Yang Kai to feel a little uncomfortable, but he still nodded. I understand. Dai Yuan smiled and nodded, beckoning to him. Please come with me. A moment later, the two arrived at the Een pond. Yang Kai looked around and found that this pond wasn't very deep, only about a meter deep, but it was so clear that he could see the bottom, without the slightest impurities. The water was completely still, like a pool of stagnant water. However, if this pool of stagnant water were to be seen by a cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art, they would definitely be ecstatic and would pay any price to obtain this Een pond. Because this Een pond was simply too useful to them, it was no less valuable than some top precious treasures and precious medicines. At this moment, there were some traces of a spirit array around the Een pond. It should have been the senior from Colored Glass sect who had brought the Een pond here and used a spirit array to restrain it. Dai Yuan pointed to a spot nearby and said, Junior brother Yang, just sit here. I will cooperate with you. Good. Yang Kai nodded, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged. There's nothing else to prepare, right? Dai Yuan seemed to be talking to herself as she stared at the Een pond with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she smiled and said, Junior brother Yang, no matter what, Dai Yuan must thank you this time. You are the only person who has been willing to help me in the past 20 years, and the only friend I have made in the past 20 years. Saying so, she respectfully bowed to Yang Kai, her expression solemn. 20 years, Yang Kai's brow rose. It seemed that Dai Yuan's change in Colored Glass sect was not as simple as Wu Yi had previously inquired about, which was 10 years ago, but rather began more than 20 years ago. As for Wei Guchang and Dong Xiner, they should be friends she had made before coming here, so they didn't count. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. Sister Dai Yuan is too serious. This matter is nothing more than a slight effort for me. Right, take this bottle of medicinal liquid. Saying so, Yang Kai tossed a jade bottle to her. This is. Dai Yuan caught the jade bottle and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. This is a medicinal liquid I formulated myself. Although I can't refine the blood mushroom pill, if you take this bottle of medicinal liquid together with the blood-invigorating mushroom, it should be able to stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies, which should have some effect on you. With my current level of alchemy, this is the best I can do, Yang Kai said with some regret. The blood-invigorating mushroom was rare, and the blood mushroom pill was even more difficult to refine, but the value of the blood mushroom pill was definitely not below that of an Origin King grade pill, perhaps even higher. This was because the blood mushroom pill was a healing saint pill that could bring the dead back to life. For a cultivator who spent years adventuring, this was one of the most valuable pills. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't refine it right now, so he could only use this method to avoid wasting too much of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. Over the past 2 days, Yang Kai had been formulating this medicinal liquid. Dai Yuan heard this and was pleasantly surprised. She gripped the jade bottle tightly, not even opening it to check its contents as she happily said, I've troubled junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan will definitely live up to your expectations. She felt that she had really found the right person to ask for Yang Kai, because even if she had asked Grandmaster Shao of her sect or the seniors of Medicine Pill sect, They might not have been able to produce this bottle of medicinal liquid that could stimulate 10 to 20% of the blood-invigorating mushroom's medicinal efficacies. With this bottle of medicinal liquid, her chances of success would be increased by at least 10%. So how could she not be happy? Next, I'll have to trouble junior brother Yang. Dai Yuan put away the bottle of medicinal liquid and said to Yang Kai with a dignified expression. Without waiting for Yang Kai to respond, her figure suddenly spun and her clothes flew off in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only her undergarments were left. Dai Yuan seemed to have been prepared for this moment, so her undergarments were all black. Although they accentuated her exquisite figure, they didn't allow her body to be exposed for the time being. Even so, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she didn't want to remain here for a moment longer, her figure flickering as she jumped directly into the Een pond. There wasn't the slightest splash, and the moment she entered the Een pond, Dai Yuan let out a groan as a look of extreme pain appeared on her face. After the Een pond water was stimulated by the foreign object, it began to boil and a white mist appeared, spreading towards Dai Yuan as if it had a mind of its own. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk with a crisp sound. A thin layer of ice immediately appeared on Dai Yuan's tender body, but Dai Yuan only needed to circulate her secret art slightly to expel this thin layer of ice from her body. However, the white mist did not relent and spread even more fiercely towards her body. Dai Yuan finally couldn't bear it and let out a pitiful cry as a dazzling light suddenly erupted from her body. This light was very unusual, as if there were tens of thousands of them. The moment this light bloomed, Yang Kai's mind suddenly froze as he felt his soul being shaken. His knowledge trembled slightly, and he felt as if invisible shackles had suddenly been placed on his body, making his body feel heavy. Colored glass divine light. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of surprise as he stared at Dai Yuan's figure without hesitation. Although he had heard from Yang Yin that the colored glass divine light emitted by Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain had the effect of restraining one's soul, he hadn't expected it to be so strange and impossible to guard against. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.